Hey, everybody. It's Thursday night, live time. Close your door. Howdy, 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 people. Hey, Whitney. You're the first one in here tonight. How you doing, hon? Hey, LAP. Hey, what's up, Dizzy Man? Ooh, I had to eat first. So that's why I'm late. Had to cook dinner and shove some food down my throat. Hey, that's what? We got some Wheaties. You can always stay in a happy mood by coming here. Cause it's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. A wonderful day in the neighborhood. To be in Big T's channel. Oh. Ooh. Let me tell you. Ooh. Them burgers were good. Fresh burgers off the grill. Hey, what's up, Lee County? Fresh burgers off the grill with some sauteed onions and mushrooms. Well, thank you, Mud Squat. Mud Squat, I made hand patted some hamburgers. On Mama T's, I put Swiss cheese. On mine, I put pepper jack. Sauteed some some onions and mushrooms. Took me a couple big old potatoes and sliced them up, fried them. Oh yeah, it also had a big old slice of tomato on my burger. Ooh, that was good. Oh, it was good. How you doing, Brian? Oh, it was so good. My tummy's full. Mama T's tummy's full. Oh, it was Mud Swat. I've got the steak seasoning I put on there. And then I'm doing good, Brian. Get that thing done and a big old slice of pepper jack cheese on it. Then later use some sauteed onions and mushrooms and then a big old slice of mater. Oh man, you talking about a heck of a burger. Hey, what's up, kid? On me. Oh, I love maters, especially when you get a good ripe one. Oh man, that. Ooh, I don't like them too hard, but I don't like them too soft. I like them just perfect where they got a little bit of crisp when you bite into it. Oh yeah. All day, Gleason, they done cooked and ate. Me and Mama T done ate them things up. Them baby girls, oh man, them things were good. Hey, what's up, 710, my friend? I hate to hear that for you, Lee. Maters are good. Good fresh maters. Ooh-wee. But then I need to eat some more because, well, I got a little bit of hair there. So how has everybody's week been? Let me tell you, Mama T got a heck of a drop last night for y'all for Monday. Let me tell you. Oh my God. Uh, bummer, 710. And Mr. Boo Boo. It was okay, John.
How y'all are today? What's
Oh, we
up,
doing
Big C?
great.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm fat and full right now.
Mm,
Siren, how you doing, girl?
talking about them tomatoes. I love them.
Man,
Oh, straight
I
up
did
gold.
not make no little 8 ounce burgers. Whoever said that? Let's see. Let me get back over there.
Hey,
No,
Siren.
Lee County, not the little 8 ounce burger. I made some big old thick burgers and laid that good piece of cheese across there, and some big old sauteed onions and mushrooms, and then hey, what's up, George? How you doing?
All right. If you got more than 8 ounces of meat on your burger, that's a hamburger steak. That's a half a pound of meat.
Oh yeah, what's up, Zephiel?
Hey, Zeph. Hey, George. Doing found it buried in the
Hey,
house.
there's Itchy and Scratchy. I mean Lee.
There's Lee.
Oh yeah, always on your thing. I got to do it in desktop mode.
Yeah. Oh, there he went. Yeah, got me some good tomatoes yesterday at the store. Sliced up good old thick, about a quarter-inch thick piece of mater across there, fit just perfectly on top of the burger. Oh, oh he can't stay in here. Hello, cooking NMO. Yeah, Gleason, you do have the tallest mater plant in the room. His mater plant's 8 foot tall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it don't take long for them cherry tomatoes to
Well, his cherry tomato plant and the other one. Both of them growing up there tall as could be. Hey, Itchy and Scratchy, quit bumping in and out.
I'm messing with the audio. You're for some reason you're the only one I ever have issues with audio.
Really?
Well,
Yeah.
that sounds like a personal problem to me.
I've been on other people's StreamYards all week.
You don't know what a mater plant is, Raphael?
You had, by the way, you had me at sauteed onions, mushrooms, and pepper jack cheese. I just can't have that fresh tomato.
Why not? It makes you sick.
Probably.
Oh yeah, man! I'll be in the bathroom in like 5 minutes.
Acid get to you?
Yeah, it just goes right through me for some reason. But I can eat like ketchup and spaghetti sauce and marinara and all pizza sauce.
Yeah.
You know, stuff with preservatives.
Well, Raphael, I'm from the South, and we call them maters.
Yeah, that's right.
They are mater plants.
Sometimes, depending on what crowd I'm hanging with at the time.
Yeah. I don't care who's around me. It's still a mater plant.
Yeah. Oh,
Maters
tomatoes.
and taters.
We call them tomatoes too.
Yeah, that's them little cherry tomatoes.
This is what I got over
Yeah.
here: some beanies and weenies today.
Beanies and winnies, straight out the can, huh?
No, homemade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is actually the cheese infused bratwurst.
Oh,
better with cheddar.
yeah.
So yeah, man, they're good.
Ketchup, yeah, ketchup is made from maters. Mater ketchup.
Yeah.
But
And sweet potato pie is made from sweet taters.
I need a.
Hey,
I see.
a sweet potato pie is good. You know, I like them.
Yeah, it's made from sweet taters.
Somebody said something. Mushrooms in the chat. Yeah, mushrooms got
'cause I had
me.
mushrooms.
Yeah,
When you said mushrooms got her.
yeah. I gotta get me some more of them round mushrooms, about that big around. I'll get a little
Yeah.
container of them at the store, grocery store. Deep
I
fry
also
that.
I also like mushrooms when I was younger, but it was a different type of shroom.
Oh yeah, you were doing the cow patty shrooms.
Raphael says don't buy Heinz. And then Brian turns around Heinz, PA proud.
That's it. Yeah, that's where it's at.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Tell you what, you take a sweet tater and you make it like a baked tater, but then you put some when you open it up, you put some butter and some cinnamon on it. Oh, you talking about good? Hey, what's up, Paula? How you doing, girl? Miss Paula Bloom in the house.
How you doing, Miss Paula?
How you doing, Miss Paula?
I didn't see Mama T's drop she got yesterday. I was at the
It
bar.
was at the very beginning of the show. Well, he did a couple buy it nows and all like that, and then he started doing a drop. Mama T paid up a little bit on it, but it was a big drop.
Well, nothing wrong with a big drop.
That and she got a few other things too. She got an old Confederate War 50-cent bill,
Mm-hmm.
and something else she paid $76 for. I can't remember. Something else she paid a little bit of money for, and I think she won. Oh, she won gold on one of the games last night.
That's cool.
Won another gram of gold.
My hours at work changed. I'll be working like a 10 to 6:30 shift now.
Yeah.
But it's a newer place, so I might still be like for flea market purposes, be able to bring some stuff up there.
Yeah. Ooh.
I do not know how Siren can put that many emojis in that short of a time in a comment. She must have an iPhone with that emoji board on it.
Yeah, I can do it. Just hit that little
Samsung
button right
has
there.
stuff like that too.
If you know your emojis pretty good, you can do them pretty quick.
I'm not an emoji person. I know where the smiles are. That's about it.
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I know is when I hit that emoji thing down there, it brings up a YouTube button with a rooftop, a stop.
Yeah,
You know. Oh yeah, they got the favorite ones on top there.
yeah.
Well, you got a choice. You know, search the smileys or the little buffering circle. That seems to be a favorite nowadays with YouTube.
Hey, what's up, Brian?
What's up, fellas? What are you guys up to?
Hey,
Not
Brian.
much. We're just sitting here talking about food and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
How you been, brother?
yesterday was a tough day, but today's a
Yeah.
little better. Today's a little
Well,
better.
you're up here amongst friends now, so
What's up, Paula? What's up, Whitney? Oh,
hey, what's up, Muscles?
Oh,
I don't call him
yeah,
Muscle
my
Show. I call him
computer's
Muscle.
slow. Missy's gonna making some homemade soup.
Making some homemade soup.
nice.
Mm-hmm. I love
But what?
good-
Up here in
good soup.
Pennsylvania, you can find anything homemade because we got Amish up here. We can find damn near anything homemade.
Oh yeah, the Amish.
Oh, yeah.
They'll make everything homemade.
Okay, Whitney. Well, a couple years ago, I got some homemade blackberry jellies from one of the farmers markets.
Oh,
Oh man, you talking about blackberry jam, and you talking about good.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
I'd rather jam than jelly any day.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
jam has the berries and stuff in it. It's not just the juice.
Mhm.
yeah. Well,
Because I make my own homemade mulberry jam.
yeah.
What the
No,
hell is
what's
a
good is
mulberry anyway? I've never tried a mulberry.
you ever tried mulberry?
Mhm.
Sweet,
Mulberry's
sweet,
pretty
sweet.
good. Myself, I prefer the Mayhaw. Mayhaw
like that.
jelly.
I like that too.
Oh, that's the best you can get when you can find it.
Yeah, you go out in the woods and find you a good tree. Yeah.
I'll tell you some of the best cheese I ever had came from the Amish up in Ohio.
Yeah. Hey, Barla.
What kind of cheese?
It was more kind of like a pungy one, so I don't know how to explain it. It was a white. It had a smell a little bit and a funkier taste, but it was good as hell. So it's not for everybody.
It's an acquired taste. It's an acquired
It was
taste.
probably a homemade cheese. It was a homemade cheese.
Yeah.
Homemade cheese is a little pungent.
But it was good, man. I'm a lover of all cheeses except for what's that one that
Yeah, the German
blue
one, huh?
cheese. I don't do blue cheese.
Oh, I like
What-
blue cheese. I finally
about-
got where I like blue cheese. Blue cheese dressing.
What
It's
about
got
that
the real
German?
blue cheese in it?
What about that
Hey,
German one?
Which one?
The German one, the one that a lot of people don't like. It's a real strong cheese.
Talking about Limburger or Munster?
Limburger.
Yeah, Limburger is
I
one of
think
them
it's
stinky
Limburger.
cheeses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've tried it. I probably decided probably didn't like that one, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I've tried just about every cheese I can if it was within a certain price range.
Hey, Barla.
There's some cheeses out there that are above what I can afford to spend.
Oh yeah, there's some expensive ones out there,
Yeah, there is. I like
and there's other stinky ones besides Limburger.
Yeah.
I like Conte.
What?
Conte. C-O-N-T with the accent mark above the E. Conte.
Never heard of it.
It's a French cheese. It has a rind on it, and the rind is edible. People like Conte because
Cleaston?
it has that crust.
You
I
just
like
wish you could take my girlfriends away from me.
I like when they have like different peppers, like hot peppers infused into the cheeses. Not just
Yeah,
like
that's
pepper jack,
Yeah, I like pepper jack.
but no, they have other ones out there. I used to
Yeah,
get
I
a
know.
block of cheese at the grocery store, and that one used to be good. But I've had a hard time finding it
Yeah.
lately.
Tabasco sauce on eggs. Yeah.
Yeah, when I eat eggs, I gotta have my eggs regular. I cannot have anything else on them.
Well, what I do, I put like 4 or 5 drops of Tabasco if I'm doing an omelet or something, and
Yeah,
I scramble my egg. I mix it in the egg, and then it's not like right on top of the eggs like ketchup.
I used to make my own hot sauce, but I don't have the gut for it anymore.
Yeah.
I
If I'm gonna eat eggs, I'd rather have my egg mixed up with some grits.
I'll tell you what I like. I like an egg on a burger.
Mm-hmm.
Never
Oh.
really tried that.
I love
Yeah.
that. I'll eat that any time of day. If it's on the menu when I'm going out and I happen to see it, that just might be what I'm ordering.
Yeah,
It's great for hangovers too.
you guys don't have Carl's Jr. out there. They're Hardee's out there, aren't they?
I got one Hardee's down here in Florida
I wish.
where I'm at.
I wish
Yeah,
I had
they
one
make a-
close to me. I wish
Yeah,
I had
they
one
make a
close to me.
Breakfast
Man.
burger.
Hardee's is all across the way, all the way across town though. It's quite a distance.
I haven't had a Hardee's in I don't know how many years.
My
Oh, yeah.
favorite, my
I
two
love food.
two favorites from Hardee's is it's a chicken fried steak biscuit. It's a steak, a square patty, cubed patty, and it's on that biscuit, without an egg or with an egg. And Carl's Jr. don't have it. Carl's Jr. is a sister company to Hardee's, and Carl's Jr. is out west, like in Arizona and all that. You don't see a Hardee's, but you see Carl's Jr. Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
Well, just
the
like-
low carb boat. I like that.
just like basically White Castle and Crystal. It's basically the same thing, except that
But
one
they're
ingredient.
not sister companies.
No, they're not.
They're not
They-
sister companies. Where Carl's
they-
Jr. and Hardee's are sister companies. Just like
Fun fact for you: White
What?
Castle and Crystals were brothers that owned it, or sisters, or family members, and they had a disagreement, and one went farther south and created Crystals.
Crystal.
That's why you have
yeah.
Crystals down here and White Castle up north.
yeah. But they're not like connected together like
No.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
But that's why you see like the very exact same thing, just about. But like Crystal
Checkers
burgers
and
have
Browns.
no ketchup on the burgers. I think the one up. No, I think White Castle has the ketchup,
I forgot.
Or-
It's been a while since I had.
or it's vice versa. One of the two. They closed the only Crystals that was. It was like 2.5 hours from where I live, but they opened a White Castle up in Orlando.
Hey, still old queen. They opened a White Castle there.
Yeah,
Hey, still woke.
it's a giant one too, from what I hear.
I used to stop at the Crystals there in Orlando. Either one going outside of it, or the one right there, right by all the hotels and all. One of them two. Always did that when I was there.
Yeah. I'd venture to guess it's probably somewhere not far from like Disney and all that.
Probably. I
Excuse
know
me.
one thing that you try to eat at the McDonald's on the Disney property,
Yeah.
you're paying out the butt for your food.
Yeah, I wonder why. Man,
Doing good still, Wool Queen. How you doing? And how's them little double dudes doing? Now, I stopped in Orlando one time. Went by McDonald's to get a McDouble. And that was back when they were still $1 a piece.
Uh-huh.
That McDonald's didn't sell the McDoubles at $1 a piece. They were like $2.99 a piece.
Yeah, and when you ordered a bunch of them and they told you your total, you're like, what?
Wait a minute. Something's wrong.
Yeah, I
What?
ordered I didn't order a bunch of them. I ordered a couple of them. She told me the price. Like, wait a minute, that ain't right. I said McDoubles are $1 a piece. Oh no, not here. They're not. They're $2.99 or $3.99 a piece. I was like, what?
They have to pay a high lease or rent.
Doesn't matter.
Whatever.
Their prices are run by corporate, even if they're privately owned.
Yeah.
They still have to go by corporate.
It
rules
should be
and
like
prices.
that. Yeah. It should be like that.
Well, I worked at McDonald's. They're supposed to, because I worked at a privately owned one. Even though it's privately owned,
All right.
they still have to go by corporate rules and prices and all like that, because corporate sets all that stuff for them.
Well, that's why they can't like just bring the McRib at any time.
Well, you know,
Right.
to own a McDonald's, you have to have worked at a McDonald's at some point in your life. You cannot just go in and say, I want to buy a McDonald's and start a franchise. You have to have worked at McDonald's at one point in your life.
Oh, they'd
I heard
never
about that.
they'd never let me buy one. McDonald's fired me a long time ago.
So, but if you wanted to if you had the money to start a franchise, you have worked at one, right?
Yeah, for
Okay,
a little while.
I have too.
I bumped into a lady that's her butt was as big as the space to walk through, and I barely bumped into her, and definitely not my type of woman. And she tried to say I was trying to sexually harass her.
I used
Oh,
to have a manager that. Now I'm a big guy. Okay, I always pick on myself about it. We had a manager who was a couple inches taller than me, but he was a big guy too.
Yeah.
Now, when he get the space between the grill and the making section, well, you only had so much room in between them.
Mm-hmm.
And when he get in there and help him, making the burgers and all like that, he would not stand up by the table. He would lean back, which made it hard for me to run the grill. I can't run. He's like, "What's your problem?" I was like, "Stand closer to the table. I ain't got no room to walk over here." Well, I need to stand back. So I said, "Yeah, but I need to be able to get by and fix the burgers if you want to make the sandwiches." Me and that manager did not see eye to eye.
he was trying to get your goat.
Oh, he did. He would sit there because we had a lot of Hispanic that worked there, and a lot of them didn't speak that good of English. And he was all buddy with them, and he'd just start talking Spanish to him. Then he'd start yelling at me in Spanish. I'm like, "Excuse me." Oh, no. I was like, "Dude," I said, "I'm white. I'm a white boy. I don't speak Spanish. I speak redneck and hillbilly. That's it." And just how big a boy am I? I'm 6'1", 497 pounds, just to be exact.
How big a boy are you? I open up a 55-gallon drum of whoop outs on you.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of loving on Big T there.
That's a Roy D. Mercer. How big a boy are you?
Yeah,
I love them guys. Tom and Phil. Oh man.
yeah. Still Wool Queen, yeah. A lot of McDonald's are paying because of this COVID stuff. They're paying $15 an hour now.
Down here, one of the gas stations is hiring with a $500 bonus.
Damn.
Dang.
Well,
Somebody-
you know Wawa. You've heard of Wawa,
I've never been into a Wawa.
but they have them in PA, I think.
Yeah, they have them up here, but the majority of them up here are sheets, which is basically the same as a Wawa.
Yeah.
What the heck is a Wawa?
It's a convenience store that has a food section in it, where you can go in there and it has a little screen. You punch in what you want. You go up
Yeah.
and pay for it, then you go back over to the food section and they fix it for you. Hamburgers, hot dogs, cold sandwiches, hot sandwiches.
We don't have hamburgers at mine. It's all like mostly subs. They do some breakfast stuff. They
Up here, they do everything.
but
Hey, what's up, Kenny?
like in the morning they have like breakfast bagels with like, you know, sausage, egg, cheese, croissants that way. They have hash browns. They have they also do like mac and cheese and all types of stuff.
Oh, they make some fried mac and cheese bites.
And they're
here.
and they're huge.
Steve?
Like they have like 18 gas pumps too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go there a lot now at the new job because there's one right behind it.
Oh, that's cool.
So
I've never been into a Wawa. I've been into, like I said, Sheets. I've been told that Sheets is basically the same thing as a Wawa.
mhm.
And
What
Sheets
you-
is all over the place up here.
Which sheets? How you spell that?
SHEETZ.
Oh, okay.
Like sheet with a Z. Sheets.
Oh yeah, 7-Eleven, Kenny. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
I've been to
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. I know
What's up,
where
Kevin?
7-Eleven.
Oh, 7-Eleven's everywhere.
Yeah.
Just Circle K's and 7-Eleven, just about on every
7-Eleven
corner.
probably is one of the biggest franchised operation in the United States, gas station wise. I'd have to look it up, but I want to say they're probably one of the biggest.
Hey,
7-Eleven
what's up,
and-
Mr.
and-
A.G. Price?
Hey, General, salute.
Oh, yeah. Sheets does have good fries. I tell you what, their fried mac and cheese bites are the shape of a Dorito with their fried mac and cheese bites. Let me tell you, that was some with blue cheese dressing. Oh my god, blue cheese dip. Dude, game changer.
Yeah, my phone's getting low, so I'm jumping off.
All righty, Bubba.
Later.
Later.
Nice. I know 7-Eleven in Tucson, when I stayed there for about 2 years working there, they had a Circle K just about on every corner in town. Every other corner just about was a Circle K. And I think they had some 7-Elevens over there too.
Hey, what's up, nerdy? Nerd.
Nerds in the house. Who don't have gas pumps? Can you put same thing? Gas stations, big sections, milk stuff. Gas station convenient. Wawa. Bigger food section. Nope.
Yeah, the same way with Sheets. Well, actually, up here in Pennsylvania, used to be only the only place you could get beer was at a beer store. Only place you could get alcohol was alcohol store.
Yeah,
They
ABC
finally
store.
started getting their beer license at the convenience stores. For the convenience stores are now serving. You can go in there and buy beer at the convenience stores. You don't
Yeah,
have to go to a state-run store anymore.
Our 7-Elevens around here, most of them sell alcohol, but there's a few that don't. And some of them sell gas and some don't. It's kind of hit or miss around here with the 7-Elevens and Circle K.
Yeah, I've only seen 1 or 2 7-Elevens that didn't have gas,
Yeah.
and that was down in Miami.
A
Hey, what's up,
7-Eleven
AZ?
with no gas? Wow. Hey, AZ.
AZ, what's up, nerd?
Cooper. What's up,
There's
Cooper?
a Shell station here. What's up, AZ? There's a Shell station here that has it's got a 7-Eleven as its cashier deal, but they don't sell alcohol.
Yeah. Hey, Cooper.
Yeah, it probably close to a church.
Hey, nerd, did you
No, it's not. They just never got a liquor license.
Oh,
nerd,
okay.
did you see that key date seated Liberty dime I had the other night?
Yeah, that's $1.38 a liter though, George. Ours right now is on average about $4.60 a gallon
What?
here in San Diego. Yeah.
Wow.
One base, I
Man.
get gas for 401 a gallon.
I thought
Last I got gas, it was $3.25 here.
260 here, 270.
Not up here in PA. It's in the $3.
Yeah, everything's a little more expensive up north than out west.
Well, the reason why ours is like 50 cents cheaper outside the base is because California enacted that gas tax, which adds like 51 cents a gallon, 51 cents per gallon.
Nightmare said,
supposedly they're going to use that to maintain the roads, and I thought, well, that's funny.
yeah,
I already pay for that in my registration.
yeah. And if y'all got gambling over there, that's supposed to go for roads and bridges and education.
It's supposed to, but
Yeah,
the only
that's the
gambling
key word. That's the key word. Supposed to.
Yeah, the only gambling around here is at the reservations.
Oh, okay. Well, the state gets a little bit of that.
Oh, you know they do.
yeah. Hey, she's not in here, AZ. Hey, nerd, did you hear me a while ago? Oh, there went nerd.
Uh-oh. When I had my radio shop at Tiger Truck Stop, I'd be at a fuel desk sometimes helping out during rush hour or something. If my shop was slow, I'd go and help the cashiers in the back do telecheck and all that good stuff. Anyway, you'd be surprised how many truck drivers would come up in there to pay for their fuel, and they were like, "Oh wow, y'all sell whiskey in a truck stop? Never heard of such a thing." You know, first time they've been in the South, though, you know, in Louisiana like that. I mean, you can buy whiskey anywhere in Louisiana. Any store you walk into is going to have a liquor section or a beer. And beer, I mean.
Let's see. Damn.
Wow.
And would you believe the people of this state voted for that?
What?
The governor at the time, Jerry Brown, made it a tax, but he did it illegally. So it went on to the ballot. And the people of this state actually voted for it.
Huh. It must have been written up as something else.
Yeah, it affects gas prices. It affects vehicle registration. And just because you have an electric car doesn't mean you're getting away with it.
Can you hear me now?
Your registration on an electric car jumped up too.
Hey, what's up, Elton?
Right. Hey, Elton.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now, nerd.
That's weird. Everything just didn't want to work.
Yeah. Did you hear what I said a while ago, nerd? Did you see that T-Date seated dime I had the other night?
No.
Yeah, let me show you something pretty.
Yeah, got a couple of things I picked up that finally came in the mail today.
No, Mud Swat, California is not doing very well.
Let me,
If it wasn't for the fact that my property
Look at
taxes
this,
were so low, I'd never get myself.
Nerd.
oh, cool.
1871.
Oh, is that the one y'all were trying to get like $5,000 for?
2,500 is what it booked for. G4.
Yeah, I saw that.
Carson
I didn't know what it
City.
was. I just knew it was expensive, so I didn't care.
Yeah, that's that key date one.
Nice. How
Yeah,
much you pick that up for?
2,500 and G4.
How much did you pick that up for?
We actually got it in a drop from our dealer.
Oh, really?
Wow.
But it was that one, and we had two others that sold for that weren't, yeah, they were semi keys that we sold for 150 a piece.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, every once in a while we look up for something good with our dealer. Got you a couple pieces of gold there, huh, Mr. Nerd?
Yeah, I picked them up. They finally came in the mail today. One of them took the long road to China to get here, but
Yeah.
they emailed it. I mean, they mailed it to my old address, and I had a forwarding thing in there, and I've been getting forwarded mail, but it hit
Yeah.
there, and it said there was no forwarding address, so they sent it back to the person. I'm
Yeah.
like, come
What's
on.
up, Juanito?
So I had to wait an extra week and a half to get it.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, you're gonna have to send me your new address, Nerd,
Yeah, that's cool. I can.
because I don't have it yet.
Well, I'll just do it right now. We pull up your one of your older emails that you sent me, and I'll
Yeah.
just do it now.
Oh, carrot cake.
Yeah, I hope it's tomorrow. Hey, what's up, King's Coins? Long time no see, Bubba.
Yeah, no doubt, huh?
Yeah, it's been so long he wasn't even blue. How long it's been since he was in here?
Yeah. Oh wow.
How you been, King? Hey, Brian, do you know what's wrong with Shane?
He got MRSA.
Oh,
He got
really?
He got from what his mom says, he got an infection in his leg, and it turned into MRSA in his lungs.
Oh, wow.
He was on a vent. I don't know if he still is. Red's been talking to his mom. We actually had Shane in private chat just about every night before he went into the hospital, before he disappeared.
Yeah.
And he wasn't sounding too good, but he thought he just had, he just thought he had like an upper respiratory infection or something like that. So he wasn't paying much attention to it. And then we hadn't seen him in a few days, and I posted on his timeline on Facebook, and nobody said anything. And then I looked on his Facebook, and 2 hours prior to me looking on his Facebook, a friend of the family posted on there what was going on.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't do Facebook except for to go when I buy for our auction. That's the only time I'm on Facebook anymore. Hey, what's up, Stacy? Glad you got your package, AZ.
I haven't looked on his Facebook today to see if there's an update.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit. My phone's charging right now.
Okay, got it, Nerd.
All right.
It's just like I knew Trucking for Silver had passed away, and then when they said Stern, which I didn't really know Stern, but they said he passed away too. I was like, what?
Yeah, that's Super Silver Man or Silver Soup.
No,
Super
Super Silver Man. You got it right.
Yeah.
One of them. I always called him Super. And then he changed his name to Stern. He dropped the Silver Superman.
Oh, Queen's Beast. Oh.
It's
Nice.
the Britannia.
Yeah, that's the Queen's Beast right there. Was it Yale or which one?
No, it's a Britannia.
Oh, Britannia. Okay, sorry. When it was small, I thought it was one of the.
Yeah, it's a 10,000 Britannia.
Yeah, we were looking actually last night. Our dealer had a 1/4 ounce Queen's Beast.
Ooh,
Yeah,
well, you
needless
want
to
about
say.
600 for it.
Yeah, he wanted quite a bit. He was playing the game for it, and we just a little too much money for us to get in the game.
Yeah,
We
you
got
start
the
doing
mini, but we still didn't win.
you start doing $50, $60 a penny. That's when it gets a little outrageous.
Yeah.
Hey, did you ever look up that thing from that guy about that the way he does his bingo balls and stuff?
I've got to look at it. I've been busy as crap, so
I just thought it was interesting. I don't know if it's something y'all would like to do, but it's along those same lines because you pick a number and he does out of 15, same thing as you do out of 10.
yeah.
And then what his is he's got a separate set of bingo balls with prizes on it. So I think what it is $6 a spot, which makes it
Yeah.
$9 prize pool. Then you win one of the bingo balls out of the second one, and it can have prizes anywhere from $45 to $80 in there, random balls, and then one jackpot ball.
Cool.
Whatever you win, that's what he'll send you back. Everything else from that $90 gets shoved into the jackpot pool.
Wow.
So until somebody hits a jackpot, that thing could build up. When I watched it, a guy hit the jackpot and it was $235.
Wow.
You know, it's one of those
Hey,
things.
Miss Ida.
Play with it, figure it
What's up,
out.
Ida?
If you could work it your way, and then that'd be
Yeah.
something else y'all could think about doing.
Yeah.
It was different, similar to what you're doing with the penny games, but a little different.
Yeah.
He was only taking Cash App and Venmo because of the kind of game it was.
Yeah.
Got to put my car in the shop Monday, get it looked at, so I can get ready to go back to work. Oh, a little over a week.
I went and got the sticker on ours today. You got to have inspection here. We got the inspection sticker on it today. Got the locking gas cap since we did have gas stolen out at one time, so I got a locking gas cap for it.
Wait, would you say you had somebody steal your gas?
Oh yeah, I moved it to the backyard, to right beside the ramp. Somebody stole the gas one night.
Wow.
Dang.
Went to go get it to take it somewhere, and it wouldn't budge. It kept spitting and sputtering. I looked down at the thing, and it was so empty that it would not even move.
Wow.
Dang.
And when it was parked, it was sitting just above, right about an eighth of the tank. Had plenty of gas. We decided we were going to get gas the next day. We were supposed to drop it off then at the shop.
Well, good thing you wanted to wait.
Well, look on the bright side. They worked their butt off, tried to scam gas out of you, and they didn't get very much.
Right. But see, they also hit Lloyd's truck and got about a quarter tank out of it. But he had a quarter tank in his, and we went to get in his truck, and he was sitting on empty too, but he had enough to get to the gas station.
Hey, Ida.
Oh, Mud Swat says we're going to look into getting more cameras to put around the house. I got one on the front porch now. I got to do that because of packages, and now I guess I got to put one out back too.
That's one thing. The theft that you don't hardly hear about is stealing gas because of the way they make some of the gas tubes going to the tank. It's hard to get a hose in there, but people now, they just go rob somebody, steal their money and go buy gas.
A lot of them have rollover valves down by the tank too. So once you stick a hose in there, it hits that check ball, the rollover valve, and stops the hose.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, the only thing now I'm trying to figure out the touch screen on the radio doesn't work. I got to figure out how to reset it to where I can get the touchscreen working again. Hey, what's up, Capital?
Hey, Capital.
Yeah, I would try disconnecting the battery first and see if it resets it.
Yeah. I've been
The-
reading different things on it, and everybody said that doesn't work to reset it to work, make that work. You got to go in and hit 3 buttons at the same time, and then,
Wow.
and if that doesn't work, you got to call the
Dealer.
dealer. There's a install disk to reset it.
Oh, software.
I'm gonna flip these up. I'm gonna write that on here to flip them up.
I remember
Yeah.
my cousin got caught stealing gas from a school bus one time. Him and his buddy, and my dad and his dad, they were brothers. They were talking
And we
about
gotta get you
like,
a
what we're gonna do with Big Dave. And
The big bag for the jackpot today. The big green bag. It is empty.
What the hell is he talking about? A big green bag?
I don't know. I don't he's talking to us. That's why I shut up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was Mickey just started his auction. I thought I'd muted myself. Wonder why.
No.
Oh, I thought that voice sounded familiar.
Yeah, it's Mickey Rouse Banks. Let me see
Yeah.
what's going on here. I could have swore I muted myself.
No. Really? What the hell is he talking about? A big green bag?
Yeah.
I think I know what's going on. I think it's using the default
Yeah.
mic instead of the my Yeti.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Now,
So
710, you wouldn't have taken
Yeah.
no gas from a farm truck.
Green
I-
He needs a green bag.
they had my cousin got caught stealing gas from a bus, him and a buddy. One of my uncles was a deputy sheriff, but this happened in town. But you know, deputies have a little pull too. So they was like, well, what are we gonna do with Big Dave? You know, they like the cops were saying, well, you know, he could serve 30 days. My uncle said, well, keep him in jail for a week and or you know, half that 30 day and then pay a fine, and he'll learn his lesson like that. So he spent a week in jail.
Well,
I met a guy one night. Won't say where I met him at, but he was a young kid staying with his grandmother. She had just bought him a new truck, and him and a friend had gone to a junkyard. They went to one junkyard and was stealing the copper out of it to take to another junkyard to get the money out of it.
Oh,
They got caught.
the scrapyard here puts all their cans in bags and stuff. They don't leave nothing out. They lock everything up because
Yeah.
they caught some guys on camera stealing cans in bags that was left out. One jumped, and they got them 3 barbed wire over the fence. You know that angled whatever, and
razor wire. Yeah.
that
Yeah,
kind of
razor
keeps you from climbing the fence. Well, anyway, they got them on camera, and the next day they brought the same bags back, and they were stalling them. I mean, the police station's like 2 blocks down the road, so they called the police on them and, while they were waiting on their money or whatever, waiting to sell the cans. So they had their face on camera.
Yeah.
And poop, popped. Thank you for bringing our cans back. You're going to jail. And you do not collect 200 and pass go.
Yeah, well, these guys, they were taking it from one junkyard to take it to another junkyard.
This is the only one in town.
Like they don't talk to each other.
Yeah, well, those down there, South Florida, their junkyards all over the place. So
Just like in Arizona, if you were selling copper and you had a certain amount or what have you, you have to hold this up for the camera, you know, or stand in front of what you had and the camera, and they snapped a picture of you. And they had your driver's license. You couldn't sell unless you had either a state ID or a driver's license.
yeah,
If
Yeah,
somebody reported a catalytic converter being stole or a bunch of copper or something like that, and your stuff matched the description, you were guilty or just about guilty.
Yeah, but the thing
Yeah,
is,
type
if
of
you
code.
cut off your own catalytic converter and taking it in, and it just happened to match one that was stolen, you're screwed.
Yeah, here they if you bring in a certain amount, they not only get your ID, but they don't pay you for like, I don't remember if it's 14 or 30 days.
Yeah, 14 days and they mail you a check.
Wow.
That's how it is down here at certain places.
Yeah.
Just one in town, they don't care.
Yeah.
They buy whatever you got.
I know I went through one time. I forgot what we were dropping off, but they actually took in computer boards too.
Mhm.
I guess they had somebody that was doing getting the gold and stuff out of the keyboards and shit and off the computer boards.
Huh.
Yeah.
But they didn't give you much for them though.
They don't give you nothing for that, Harlan. Eat that e-waste? Nah. You got to
No,
have
hell,
tons
hell,
of
here you
that.
Hell, here you got to pay for it.
You got to pay somebody to take the e-waste,
Yep.
so they don't pay you nothing. You got to pay them.
No, Buffy. Back over there.
E-waste is good business. They say that you can. It's richer than some ore that's out there. I mean, there's some places that they process it so much that they consider it higher than high grade ore, and they can get like, an ounce every 50 tons or something like that. When that's usually good high grade ore is like a third of an ounce.
Yeah.
Recycle, and that's just the gold. That's not considering the other precious metals that are in there, because they're
Yeah, is there silver in keyboards?
Yeah, there's silver, and there's also sometimes you'll have platinum and palladium in there too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Gold is the most prevalent because it's the fingers on the boards, and on the
Yeah.
chips. But yeah, you'll
Right.
have silver and you'll have platinum and palladium. What they'll do is they send it through a grinder and turn it all into powder, and then they burn the powder off, and they get this one big blob of metal, and then through chemical reaction they separate it.
Yeah. I was thinking Clash Guitars does a video every once in a while, him getting gold off of stuff and all like that, breaking it down off other things and
Yeah.
getting the gold.
Backyard Scrapper does that too. I hadn't seen him on YouTube in a while. Backyard Scrapper. Him and Lake House Beach were good friends, and he showed how to chemically separate the gold from the memory cards, the RAM cards goes
Yeah.
in computers. He was showing how to do that, and
Yeah, I haven't seen Lake House
you
Beach
just
in a long time.
You
If
can watch
you-
yeah, I hadn't seen Lake House in a while neither.
If you really like the chemical
Tips
stuff,
does gold recovery.
yeah, it's Three Tips. That's what I was going to talk about. I like him. It's fascinating to watch.
It,
Oh,
it
I
almost
don't know, Easy. I don't know what it's going for right now.
it almost costs as much as chemicals. The money you spend on chemicals,
Oh yeah, yeah.
you're gonna come out with almost the same amount of the gold that whatever you recovered. Say you recovered $40 of gold, well, you just about got $35 in chemicals.
Yeah, you have to do it in quantity in
Yeah.
order to get the cost down. Because when you're talking about like what Shree Tip does, he buys like a gallon of this acid, a gallon of that acid. He's paying retail off the shelf. If you're going to get into this, as a business, you're going to go buy the vats of that stuff from wholesale to get that price down, and you're going to do that chemical reaction on a large scale. So yeah, the costs really drop because you're buying in bulk.
Yeah. What is it? I think nitric acid is one of them, and
It's
Sulfuric acid.
hydrochloric and nitric are the two major acids that you use. I think that's what they use to form aqua regia, which is what they get the gold off of the fingers of the boards and stuff.
$2.79 a pound for aluminum cans.
How much?
$2.79.
Not around
Well,
here.
Aluminum can. Where's that at?
Yeah, that's probably Type 1 aluminum.
Scrap aluminum cans $2.79. Aluminum copper radiators $4. Aluminum siding $3.89. Aluminum extrusion $2.07.
Wow,
That's in Pennsylvania.
that's insane. We never get more than $1 down in here in Texas. They don't give a lot for aluminum.
No, cans are like 45 cents here
Yeah, they're
at a
they are
scrap
now.
store.
Yeah,
You know,
it's insane.
$2.79 a pound.
extruded aluminum. That's your purest form of aluminum they got. Like for us to go to commercial buildings or hospitals, newer, so you see all the windows, all that aluminum that's around that's holding that glass in. That's all extruded. That's solid, pure aluminum.
Mhm.
I was getting 85 cents a pound for that when cans were 70.
Yeah, Type 1 and Type 2.
Oh, excuse me.
I know there for a while, my brother was stripping copper and wire because they would pay him 50 cents more a pound if it was Type 1 and it was already stripped.
Me and a buddy of mine did a test in Arizona, and we were selling at the height of the prices. I mean, prices were sky high. Gas was $5 a gallon too back then, and 07, 08, 09, something like that. And then it dropped. Everything dropped like a hot potato. But we we took like 20 pounds because where I was working at, we'd get all that. I'd get all that short copper on them spools for the electricians where they didn't have enough for a run. Hell, they just throw that in the back of my truck. So we did a comparison to stripped, or non-stripped. We come out the same. If we stripped, we came out with the same amount as a little bit of more of non-strip. So we were just working for nothing, really. So we just started selling it insulated.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Ozzy?
Hey, Ozzy. Ozark.
Yeah, people don't count their time's worth money. It takes time to strip.
If you got one of them machines like Miss Canadian Scrappers got, then yeah, because that thing's doing the work for you.
Right. But how much does that machine cost?
About $300, I think she said.
Yeah. How much copper you got to strip to break even at that point?
But she does. That's her business. She's got a huge scrapping business like Red. I thought Red was retired, but he's not. I thought he had sold his scrapping business. I think he might have sold some equipment or something, but he's still big time in it.
No, he sold his demo company.
Oh, the demolition company. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Silver at today. Let's see.
In Arizona, those little water bottles, 20-ounce water bottles, Aquafina, Dasani, whatever. I think it's a nickel or a dime per bottle, but nobody in Arizona and Tucson was buying it. This guy what he would do, he'd take the cap off, mash the bottle down, get the air out, put the cap back on. And he was hauling bottles to California and making a killing.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Darren?
Dimebag, how you doing? A nickel or a dime for a water bottle? You get enough bottles, you got some lunch money. You can afford to go to McDonald's in Disneyland or Disney World and pay $4 for a McDouble.
Yeah, 10 cents a bottle.
10 cents on that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it says. I mean, find my little
If you can find
spyglass. I had it here the other night. Now it's gone.
if you can find a place in your area that buys them, well,
Yeah, there's not one in this area.
save them up for a year and got some lunch money.
Yeah. I hate my damn ghost in this house. There it is.
Your ghost move stuff.
Yes. Let me see what states. California. Let's see. Connecticut, New York, Hawaii, Maine. That's 5 cents. Oregon is 10 cents.
They got California on there?
Yes, but California says CACRV.
CATRV?
No, CA space CRV.
Oh.
Whatever that means. Same here, Kenny. We go through a lot of them here at the house. A lot of bottles. Same with the Mountain Dew bottles. Now, the first grocery store I ever worked at, they used to do, you could bring the Coke bottle, the glass Coke bottles back to it. And they'd redeem the glass Coke bottles.
CRV is cash California refund value. The minimum refund value for each type of eligible beverage. 5 cents for a container under 24 ounces, 10 cents for each 24 ounce and greater. So that's what CRV is. Yeah. So they got their own little system.
Damn, I'm muted. This bottle here is Hawaii and Maine, a nickel. Oregon, a dime. They don't say nothing about Cali. But, oh, yeah. CACRV.
Yep.
On the top. Big letters on top. But it don't give a price. Probably a dime.
Mountain Dew is Maine, Vermont, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York, Indiana, and Hawaii for 5 cents. Michigan and Oregon for 10 cents. And California CRV.
Yeah, California CRV means California redemption value, and that goes by weight. They don't give you a dedicated price per can or per bottle or any of that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably why that guy in Arizona was mashing them and bailing them up, and like cubes.
My grandfather used to when he used to do aluminum cans. And he'd see if he seen them along the side of the road, he'd stop and pick up cans and all like that, and take them home and put them in a old croaker bag, and then he'd run them over until they got flattened out. And then that's the way he did them.
Croaker bag, big old grass sack, gunny sack.
Yeah. What do you mean I'm showing my age, Kenny? What the hell are you talking about? I'm showing my age.
Oh, you were talking about the glass bottles, Coke bottles.
That's back in the late 80s.
I was doing that in the early 70s. I was doing late 60s, early 70s.
The Mexican Coke comes in glass bottles.
Yeah, these are the one they refilled. If you bought a case of Coke at the store, you paid a little more, and then when you brought a wooden crate, a wooden Coke crate with squares, with the squares inside of it, and the bottles would fit in that. You brought that back, and you got credit.
I remember going to the soda machines, and you get a soda out, and then you'd give the storekeeper back the bottle, and he'd give you a quarter.
Yeah. Well, it was like a nickel or a dime for me.
No, Kenny, if you want to talk about somebody showing their age about milk dropped off on the porch, that'd be Cajun.
Yeah. No, actually, we didn't have our milk dropped off. We had our
Basically,
own.
he's calling you old.
We had our own milk pasteurizer, so we pasteurized our own milk. We didn't homogenize it, but we pasteurized it. Oh yeah, we had fresh milk. Get the cream off of it, the crème off the top of it. Oh boy! If anybody would drink that good milk right now, give them the runs.
Oh, dude, I grew up drinking that fresh milk like that. My oldest brother used to work at a dairy. My grandfather would go there every once in a while, take 3 or 4 milk jugs, and just go up there, just turn that thing on, and fill the milk jugs up. I screwed up one time because I didn't know he had one that was buttermilk.
Oh, I love that.
And fresh buttermilk. And I went to get a bowl of cereal, and I shook it up like normal, like the regular milk. That fresh milk, you got to shake it up to get all the stuff mixed up in it. I shook it up and poured it, and there was still lumps in it. I was like, what the hell's wrong? It didn't shake up that good. I took the first bite, and I realized, this ain't milk. This is buttermilk.
Boy, that makes some good biscuits now. Man.
Oh, I know. That's what Granny got it for, was making her biscuits and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I still do that. I still shake my milk carton. I do. I guess it's a habit from when I was a kid.
It is a habit.
Because you had to shake fresh milk up to separate the globules. Because the milk we had, like I said, was pasteurized, but it wasn't homogenized.
Yeah, this was fresh from my brother worked at the dairy. My brother would just go out there and open the tank. There was a spout on the tank. I mean, that's how fresh it was. Open the tank from, hadn't even made it to a place to pasteurize or anything yet.
No, we had our own pasteurizer.
I'm saying what we used to get. Not yours, but we used to get. My grandfather did.
I was just fresh off the cow, milking it.
Yeah.
When you drink it fresh out the teat, when you squirt it in your mouth, you ain't getting no fresher than that.
No.
But them cats used to love that too. But if anybody, like a kid, or just say a 10-year-old nowadays, they're so used to this low fat or this watered down milk in the stores. If they would drink fresh milk like me and you did, Big T, it would give them the runs.
It probably would.
It's so rich.
All these little delicate millennials and shit nowadays, they wouldn't even know how to ask for the low-fat soy latte. They wouldn't be. They'd be able to know how to handle a damn real milk.
Yeah. People complain about $3 a gallon gas, but they'll go to Starbucks and spend $6 or $7 on a freaking latte.
Yeah. Now, Lloyd's dad used to drive trucks, all the milk for the Amish up here in Pennsylvania. Fresh milk from the Amish places.
Lloyd's dad?
Lloyd's dad did, yeah. He used to drive milk for the Amish.
Oh, so Lloyd's originally from there?
Yeah, he's from Quakertown.
Oh, I didn't know that. How do you end up in Florida?
From up here.
How do you end up in Florida?
Yeah, same way that I'm from Florida and ended up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but you and Mama T went up there to help a friend of y'all, and then y'all ended up staying.
We came up here because of a friend of hers, not mine.
Hers. Oh,
friend of hers.
Okay.
All right, Miss Ida.
Bon nuit, Miss Ida. Have a good evening.
Take care, Ida.
Believe me, we were supposed to end it up in either the Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee border right there in the mountains, and we ended up here.
Well, at least you're in the mountains.
We were moving before we came up here for vacation. It was like, I will say I don't mind the amount of the mortgage up here. You can get by with it. You can actually live on what you make up here.
Right. Yeah, well, you got a good deal on your house. Your mortgage note, like you say, that that helps out a lot of mortgage instead of paying rent, paying for somebody
Mortgage,
else's house.
insurance, and taxes are all built into it. So I don't have to
Mine,
mess with any of that.
yep, mine too.
Same with mine.
Mine too.
$267 a month.
Mine's $90 cheaper than yours. We pay $171.
Damn.
What's all tied together?
The
Property
mortgage,
tax.
Insurance and property taxes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, all mine are bundled.
I'm buying from an individual, and everything's wrote up just like it's all notarized.
Oh,
You know, a financial plan, just like a bank. You know, except this is through the homeowner. You know, he just can't come in here and say, "Oh, well, look, I found somebody to buy the house," because we have like an ironclad contract.
yeah.
Unless we end or default or whatever you call it, unless we don't pay,
Right.
then he can, you know,
Well, then he's got to go through foreclosure, doesn't he?
well, eviction or whatever they call that stuff.
It should be foreclosure, which means he's got to go get a. Well, I don't know about out there. I know out here, you know, any of that's legal. So, you know, there's
Yeah.
attorneys
Yeah, well,
involved.
he would have to.
The
Yeah, he
courts
just can't
involved.
show up on the step and say, "Look, you got to go." No, he has to
That's gonna be
go
fun
through
to
the
get down there.
legalities of it.
Yeah. And right now, you can't evict anybody. At least not in California.
It's a federal moratorium.
Yeah. Friend of mine, she wants her son out because he's not paying rent, and his girlfriend's living there, and they're just a wreck. The police are there all the time, and you know, she says, "I want him out," and the police keep telling her, "There's nothing we can do. There's a moratorium on him. You can't put somebody on the street right now."
Yeah. Well, if anytime somebody starts living in a house, once they have clothes there and they receive mail there,
Yep.
you gotta evict them.
Yep.
That's the way it is anywhere. Once they start receiving mail there, they're legally there.
Well, AZ squatters' rights are a little different.
Yeah.
It's different from state to state. That's basically means there's been an abandoned house or something like that, and somebody's just moved into it. And like in Texas, if you live on the property for, I think it's 180 days, and nobody does anything about it, you can go to court and petition to take the property.
Really?
Yep.
Well, yeah, if it's abandoned, I guess, but wouldn't you have to go through some kind of tax auction or
Nope.
something?
No, tax auctions are only for foreclosures.
Yeah.
Or unpaid property tax. But say you live in a different state and somebody decides to pop a tent on your 10 acres, you know, and they're living there for up to 180 days. That person can go to the township and petition to take over the property at that point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Even though you're paying taxes and all that on the property, you're not living in it, but you're still the owner. But I guess that's why people let people stay in their house, you know, out in the countries and all that, to keep that from happening.
Yeah.
Probably. Because they have free land, government land. You just got to pay taxes on it. You have to show a profit. It depends on what land you get free or whatever, but you have to show a profit from working the land. But a lot of that free property, you can't even get water on it.
Yeah.
You know, you get water, you'll have to drill, you know, get a water company, water well service to come out there and drill for water, but you got to have money for that. I forget how much a foot it was down here. It went by the foot. We get a water well dug at every house we did because, you know, Daddy was a home builder. And we live in a house for a year and then put it on the market for sale. And usually, sometimes that house wasn't, the new house we were building wasn't finished, so we had to get a rent house.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's how Dad made his money. He was a home builder, but we had to have a water well because we didn't have water pipes from the city out in the country, and it was dug by the foot. So we always do about a 300 or 400 foot well. That way, that well would be there for a long, long time. Never have to re-drill a well.
Yeah.
Never have to go deeper to get to a different stand. Yeah, you need to get power out there.
Yep.
Well, now with solar and batteries, I mean, now it's just about possible to live completely off the grid.
Yeah, that's for sure. Get you a couple solar panels, hook them up the right way, and you don't need no other power.
They got a house down the road. Next time I'm in that area, I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna take a video of that rooftop on that house. He sells power back to Cleco, our power company.
Yeah.
No, it's not much, probably $40, $50, $100 a month, maybe, or depends on what they use.
Yep.
But he's got like 24 solar panels on his house.
Yeah, I've got 22 on mine.
22? Okay.
Yeah. And now the problem with California is, or SDG&E, I should say, San Diego Greed and Extortion, or San Diego Gas and Electric.
Yeah.
They won't buy your, even though you're feeding into the grid, they won't buy your power from you. They
don't do that here in Texas either.
They wouldn't get none of mine.
They used to years ago, but they cut it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a bunch of people started doing it. It gets too expensive.
I still have to pay $10 a month. That's all I pay to SDG&E for electric is $10, and that's because I have a meter, so I have to pay the meter rental.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
might as well.
They're gonna get their money. Yeah, they get your $10 and all the electric that you feed into the system, they're going to sell to somebody else. So that's all free money to them.
Exactly. My problem is because I don't have a battery backup. I feed off the grid at night.
Oh, okay.
Now, if I wanted to spend $5,000 or so to have a battery backup put in, I still, because of the way it's written, I still couldn't eliminate the meter. I would still have to pay that $10 a month.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not worth me putting a battery power system in. But the downside is if there is a glitch in the grid, I still feel that glitch. Even though I may be producing power, if there's a problem with the grid, then I get affected as well. If I had a battery system, I wouldn't be affected.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, how are you converting from the solar panels to 110 or 220? How are you converting that with an inverter?
There's a big inverter on the wall.
Okay. So you don't need a
meter.
So you don't need a battery bank to have an inverter then. It just takes it directly. I'll be dog. Okay. Now, what happens if the electricity goes down with SDG, whatever it is?
SDG&E. Like I said,
what happens
if something happens to the grid, I'm affected as well.
Like a blackout or a brownout or whatever for 2 days, but you're still running in the daytime on your power, right?
No, unfortunately not. Now, without that battery backup, you have to have that battery buffer for it to work like that.
Oh, okay. So the only thing your solar panels are doing, you just swapping power with the company to get a $10 bill a month. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Otherwise, if I didn't have the solar, I could be looking at a $400 or $500 a month electric bill.
Right. I'll be right back.
And I didn't get the solar to be the Mr. Environmental Hero. I got it because the freaking electric prices are skyrocketing out here.
Yeah, mine during the summer goes up to about 150, 140 to 150. And then during the winter, this program I'm on, this past winter, they had so much money going towards it. I got some kind of rebate back, and I didn't pay nothing for about 4 months.
Yeah.
The first couple months we moved in here, my electric bill was only like 40. I think the most it got up to was like $40,
Mm-hmm.
$46, I think. I mean, I had a couple of them, like $10, $13, $20. Like, okay. But mine usually during the summer, we're running 3 air conditioners at $150.
Yeah.
Which ain't, we're running 3 window units. Both TVs are going 24/7. I keep a light on in the kitchen, and it's still only $150 $150 a month. But we're waiting. I think that 2 years we're allowed to borrow off the interest. 2 years. So in either December or January, we're gonna borrow the money and have a central air unit put in the house. So we ain't got to use these friggin'
Window units.
Yeah, I'm happy I had central air put in a couple of years ago when I had the solar done. I had the furnace. My plan was to change out the furnace from 1971. When I thought about it, and I asked the guy, "Well, how much extra is it to put in air conditioning?" Since I'm already central, I don't have to. It's not like they had to run trucks and all that stuff there. And I think it was like $4,000 or something like that with labor and everything. And I was like, "Yeah, just put it in central air. Hell with it. It's not like it's going to cool off." So.
Yeah, I mean here I don't need AC and heat because I already got heat in here. I got the furnace down there in the basement.
Yeah,
I don't pay for the fuel for it. I got I use a PCAP, and all I got to do is call down there and say, "Hey, I'm out of fuel," and they rush me enough to fill my tank up. I do that twice a year.
Yeah.
And they fill up my heater. So in here, the kitchen, the 2 bedrooms, and the bathroom has the old radiator heaters.
Yeah.
And then all the way around through the living room, it's got the baseboard heater.
Mm-hmm. But you run it all runs off a boiler. Yeah.
Yep. Which does pretty good. I mean, it heats this house up to where we need it. Right after we moved in here, Cajun can remember. Right after we moved in here,
Yeah.
I was getting ready to call them to get fuel brought out here, and we run out of fuel that day. I was going to call them the next day. Run out of fuel for the heater. It was 15 degrees that night.
Oh man.
Yeah. And then when I went down there and did it, they said they've got up to 48 hours to deliver it. So, and that was on Friday.
Oh.
And even with putting in an emergency thing, they still didn't deliver it till I think Monday afternoon.
Wow.
So we had to go 3 days of 15 to 20 degree weather. And I was sitting in here doing a stream, jacket on, hood up over my head, sitting here doing this number right here. I mean, fully dressed, shoes and socks on, heater at my feet. It was like 20 degrees in the house.
Man.
Yeah, Big T was bundled up with a bunch of shirts and sweatshirts, 2 jackets,
I had
a
a
light
t-shirt
jacket
on.
and a heavy one.
I had a t-shirt on, I had a sweatshirt on, and then I had my big old winter coat on top of that.
Huh.
And I was and I had it zipped, gloves on, the hood up, everything.
Well, you were missing Florida that night.
Tell you what, when we went down for Mama T's mom's funeral,
Mhm.
after living up here for 6 years and then going back to Florida,
Oh man,
I couldn't do Florida again.
yeah.
I just could not do it again.
Yeah, I can't do the humidity. That year I spent in Gulfport was bad enough. I mean,
Yeah.
that was a miserable summer. And the worst part about it was the worst part was we were doing a field exercise out at Camp Shelby.
Yeah.
And it was 100 degrees and it felt like 100% humidity. And we went 21, 22 days without taking a freaking shower out there.
Oh, I bet there was some stinky fellas in there.
Oh man, were we ripe.
I believe it.
Why?
Imagine
why
doing
no
south of
shower?
it. Gulfport, Mississippi is one thing, but y'all hold on a second.
Because the utilities men and the builders couldn't get their heads out of their ass and get requisition the lumber and everything to build a shower tank.
Oh, okay.
And that's all. When you're out there doing a field exercise for CBs, you either got to bring it or build it, one of the two. We moved camps 3 times, which was part of the program. We had to move and then, reconstruct our camp multiple times. And we got to the last place, and that's where they were supposed to set up the showers. And we were there for 8 or 10 days at that one. And that's where they were supposed to set up the showers. Well, lo and behold, the BUs or the builders didn't requisition the lumber at the last camp, and it takes like a week for a requisition to go through and for it to get delivered. So by the time we got to the other camp, by the time they would have got the showers done, we had like 2 or 3 days left, and I just said hell with it.
Well, Camp Shelby, that's up. That's about 60 miles inland up there. That's by Jackson or not Jackson. What I think the name of that little town's Pearl. Pearl.
I can't remember off the top of my head. There was a good barbecue joint there. We went up there.
Yeah, and a fried chicken place.
We seen it on the way back, and then when some of us got a couple of days off, we jumped in a rental car and ran up there and got some good barbecue up there.
It's up there about not Wiggins, north of Wiggins, Camp Shelby. I forget what town it was. Hudson's. Big T's probably familiar with Hudson's Treasure Hunt and Dirt Cheap stores.
Where at?
And in the South, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi. They
Never
got
heard of them.
the Hudson's, like the Hudson Bay.
Hattiesburg.
Hattiesburg. Yeah, that's it. And across the river from Hattiesburg, they had a little town called Pearlman or something. Well, Hattiesburg is where Hudson's Dirt Cheap, the main office was, and warehouse. And I went in there and I built all of their checkout counters.
Nice.
I built them and laid all the laminate, ready to go in the store. Ready to go in the store.
Yeah.
And then all their 4x4 trays. What it was dirt cheap. You could go in there and it was like all brand new stuff they buy from stores that are closing out.
Yeah.
This company go in there and buy everything and then put that for sale. If you saw something you liked in the store, you better got it that day, because the next week it won't be there and they wasn't getting no more. Wrangler jeans, gold buckle, $40 jeans I was getting for $6-7, $7, $8.
Wow.
Cheap.
Yeah, we have a place.
Excuse me a second. I see somebody I've been looking for that owes me for Monday night.
Yeah, we have a place here. They used to call. I don't know if it's still open or not. I haven't been there in years. My wife used to go there. It used to be called Pick and Save, and now it's called, or was called, Big Lots. And
Big
that's how that,
lots.
yeah. And that's
Big
how that,
lots.
yeah.
We got that down here. Big lots
You
in
got one there?
Lafayette. Yeah, in Lafayette we got 2 big lots, I think it is.
Yeah, we used to have Pick and Save all over the place, and then
Yeah.
Big Lots took them over.
okay.
And that's how it was with those places. You know, if you wanted something, you couldn't go there one day and expect it to be there the next day. And it wasn't like they were going to restock it because you know they bought out
Yeah,
stuff that didn't sell at wholesale prices and then sold it in their
Right.
stores. So
yeah. I used to get a bunch of saw blades from Hudson's and Dirt Cheap. It's the same company,
mhm.
same owner, and Marathon blades were $1 a piece, $1 a
Nice.
piece, and in the lumber yards they were $5 a piece. So I got a lot of saw blades from them, and I could frame almost 2 houses off of one Marathon blade.
Nice.
But I had 2 saws though. you
Yeah.
know. So well, actually I had 4 saws on the job site. I had 2 miter saws, chop saws
Mhm.
set up, and I'd have a guy cutting headers with those. I had the sliding compound saw,
Yeah.
double miter, DeWalt, the big one, and 10-inch, and no, the 12-inch. I'm sorry. And then I had my 2 hand saws for my rafter cutting. So I had 4
Yeah.
saws on the job. So yeah, I could do 2 houses on a blade, but I had 4 saws.
Right.
The blades would last a lot longer on the miter saws because we didn't use them that much. But Hudson's, I was Florida, like we had the panhandle of Florida, in Alabama, Mississippi, and the headquarters was in Hattiesburg up there, and they had a good fried chicken place. And I know that place you're talking about, the barbecue shack. I know that place you're talking about.
Yeah. There's also a place down in Ocean Springs that was good too, called the Shed. I really liked that place.
I think it was open when I was down there.
Yeah, they got one. I think they had one in Gulfport as well, but I never went to the one in Gulfport. A friend of mine that I was stationed with out here in San Diego, he moved back there before I went back there for pre-deployment, and he bought a house in Ocean Springs. So him and his wife took me over to the Shed, and it was good food.
I think it was 03 or 04 when they deployed a bunch of guys out to Iraq or wherever it was. He was a CB. He was one of my carpenters, but he was a CB.
Yeah.
And one day he came to work and he had his hair cut,
Yeah.
He had the Marine cut, and I'm like, what's going on? What's going on with your cut, bro? And I knew something was up. He says, we got deployed. We got called in. So he says, I'm giving you my notice right now. He said, Friday's going to be my last day. And this was like a Tuesday.
Mhm.
And I'm like, man, be safe, I said, I appreciate you letting me know ahead of time. That way I could find somebody to replace him. He was a CB, and that's where he was stationed out of, right there in Gulfport area, the barracks down there. What we call the barracks.
Well, you're telling me 710. I mean, talk about mold and pollen. My wife wanted to come out there for
Hey, what's up, D. Reese?
because we had a family weekend, but my wife was super susceptible to pollen and stuff like that, and I told her, no way, just stay home. You don't want to be out here.
In Gulfport?
Yeah.
Wow. Now I
Yeah,
can
I
understand
don't
Camp
know.
Shelby up inland, but man, Gulfport, that's well, they do got a lot of oak trees down there. They do got a lot of oak trees.
The other thing, Gulfport never, when I got there, it was still trying to rebuild after Katrina. So,
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I was down there when you were there then.
Mhm.
I was in Alabama at the time when Katrina hit.
Ooh.
And it took my camp. I had a camp on Bayou Compass. It took that away, and
Yeah.
the paper said I can't rebuild on it, and they turned all of that property into some kind of duck haven, duck wildlife preserve.
Hmm.
All that area. A lot of people that had leases and owned land in that area, they were forcing them to sell. If you had a house on that property on stilts, they moved your house, bought your house and property, moved your house and set it up for you on a different piece of land. So
Oh.
people were making money hand over fist. They were going for it. There was only a couple of people that were hard-headed and wanted to stay because they were there all their lives and their mom and daddy all their lives. But they didn't have no choice. The shed, I know exactly what you're talking about now, since you said like around Katrina. And it was there before Katrina. I don't know if it was there after Katrina or they rebuilt it. So that did
'cause
a lot of damage.
I was there in 2000, late 2009 into 2010.
Oh, because, well, that was 4 or 5 years after Katrina, because that was in 05.
Yeah.
Man, were you there when the hurricane hit or right after it hit?
No, you know what's funny is the first week I was there, they had the big oil spill out in the Gulf. Remember
Yeah.
when that explosion happened out there on the
Yeah.
oil rig?
Yeah. BP.
Yeah. Yeah, that was going on when I was going through workups. So everybody that came to Gulfport that wanted to go get, oysters and all this stuff or fish or whatever, forget it.
Yeah.
No restaurant had it.
Well, what I understood, they shut down getting oysters even all the way Apalachicola, Florida for, I don't even know if it's opened back up yet. I
Oh.
asked somebody a couple of years ago and they said it was Apalachicola was shut down for a couple of years. So I don't know if it's opened back up yet or not. We're getting oysters.
There's quite a few in Louisiana that opened back up. But Louisiana just about back to normal,
Yeah.
I mean, oyster beds are open, shrimping's wide open. I moved back here in Louisiana from Arizona. I went from Mississippi, Alabama to Arizona. Work brought me there. And I moved back here when the economy crashed, like 08, 09.
Yep.
I moved back here in 10, late 9, early 10. I moved back here. So, but the reason I asked you about were you there right after the Hurricane Katrina is because that coast was devastated. I mean, it looked like 1,000 nuclear bombs went off all along the beach.
Oh, I was. I remember
10
I
miles
was,
inland, and 10 miles inland.
I remember I was driving a bus, one of the military buses, taking guys, to different parts of Gulfport and dropping them off and picking them up and whatnot, and seeing all the slabs where buildings used to be and all along the road there and everything.
Yeah.
The houses on base were still riddled with mold.
So, well, yeah, they had 20 foot of water. I mean, all that was underwater, salt water. Oh yeah, it was bad. They talked about New Orleans on the news, national news. New Orleans this, New Orleans that. New Orleans didn't get nothing compared to Mississippi and Alabama. Mississippi was devastated. Didn't hardly hear a peep out of them on that.
Yeah.
Hell, some parts of the Florida Panhandle were affected by Katrina.
Yep.
Dude, I've seen regular day or two long thunderstorms flood parts of the Panhandle. I remember when I was married the second time, we had it rained for a couple of days off and on hard, and we actually one of the bridges going to from my hometown up to Geneva, Alabama was underwater. Geneva, Alabama itself was underwater.
Mhm.
It was one of the towns. Part of I-10 was shut down for about a week for being underwater. One of the towns there in over from my hometown, there was a convenience store there. All you could see was barely the top of the roof,
Yeah.
and that
Yeah,
was
you
no
didn't see none
major
of that.
storm or anything. It was just about 2 or 3 days of hard rains.
Yeah, you didn't see none of that on the national news. All they talked about was, like Cajun said, all they talked about was New Orleans.
Yeah. Well, this wasn't even for a hurricane. This was just a regular 3 days of off and on hard showers.
Yeah.
No hurricane or nothing. But you didn't see it on the major news anywhere. What's up, DB?
How's it going?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good.
My computer is giving me fits.
Poor thing.
Oh, I'm sure it does 710.
Hey, check this out. This guy caught a 220-pound flathead catfish with a rod and
I've seen
reel.
that video. I've seen that video.
A rod and reel. Small
Yeah.
rod, too. Not no big offshore rod.
Yeah,
Wow.
a little bitty small rod and reel.
It was like an ugly stick.
Yeah,
Oh, crap. Look how my camera went cuckoo.
went red. Still red.
I'll fix that.
That's a better picture right there.
Yeah,
Now you're still red.
I know. All I got to do is switch. This is going to be an ugly sight.
Oh yeah, that'll be old ugly.
Oh, I need to get rid of that quick, with a quickness. All right, now we're back to normal.
Yeah, when that big storm hit up there in the Panhandle, there was one of the fish hatcheries that was raising fish and all like that.
Mhm.
Got flooded.
Oh, fish everywhere.
Oh, dude, I forgot how many thousands of bass and catfish that were let loose into the Choctawhatchee River.
Wow.
I mean, thousands and thousands of bass and little small fingerling bass and catfish let loose right into the Choctawhatchee River.
They had a tilapia farm in Mississippi that it was up inland too, a good way. A tilapia fish farm. I love tilapia.
Yeah.
That's some good eating fish. And well, that naturally got flooded for Katrina, and the tilapia got up in the water systems, in the river systems up there. And tilapia will overpopulate a river system in a heartbeat. That's why they
Yeah.
like to keep them contained.
And what's weird is tilapia is a brackish water fish. You can catch it as fresh or salt.
Uh-huh. Tilapia fish in the Bible. And they actually are brackish fish in the Bible. Salt water, fresh water. They can adapt to certain extremes of salt. Big T, were you in Florida in 1993?
93.
Where were you at in Florida in 93?
I'm trying to think. I might have still been in Memphis then. That might have been just before I moved back to Florida.
Oh, okay.
I might have still been up in Memphis then.
Okay, and was it August or September of 92 we had Hurricane Andrew.
Now you said 93.
Yeah, but in 92, no, but I'm giving you a time frame. In 92, we had Hurricane Andrew.
I was in Memphis then. I know for sure I was in Memphis.
Oh, okay. I thought you were grilling out in the eye of that storm. That wasn't Andrew. That was another
That wasn't
storm.
Andrew. That
Okay.
what I'm talking about is Francis and Gene in the 2000s.
Oh, okay. Well, in '93, because it was the winter. It was March 12th, 1993, in South Louisiana. We had a blizzard come through and a gale. I mean, strong winds.
You know what? That might have been the winter that Memphis had a bad ice storm just before I moved back to Florida.
Well,
that might have been the same year that they had their ice storm up there.
Right. That was a very strong storm system. Florida got hit on the Gulf side with 20, 30, 40-foot sea waves and camps. It was hurricane force winds in Florida and destroyed a lot of beach houses. But it wasn't a hurricane. It was a winter storm that plowed through and caught people by surprise.
Yeah.
A few people lost their lives in Florida in that March of '93, the middle of March. I think it hit Florida about the 13th or the 14th, something like that.
We had a big hailstorm here in Orlando from that.
From that '93? Okay,
Yeah.
March. I remember the date well because a tree fell on my house, and good thing I was at the French dance in town. My cousin Richard LaBeouf was playing at the time. I got back home. My house is warm in the kitchen where the heater was, but my bedroom door was closed. I'm like, and nobody was at my house, and I had a buddy of mine I was staying with. I'm like, what the hell's going on? My door's closed. I opened my bedroom. It was freezing cold. I turned on the light, and there was a freaking tree on my bed. If I'd have been in my bed, I wouldn't be here. I remember that day well. That date, March 12th, 1993. Man,
I remember we were at a concert on a college campus when the hailstorm came through. Went in with a fine car, came out, and it was all dimpled up like a golf ball.
Oh yeah, hell, yeah, golly. A buddy of mine bought a brand new truck from Chrysler Blanc Toyota in Baton Rouge. It was a mid-sized truck. It wasn't a little one. It wasn't a big one. Regular size. It was mid-size.
Yeah.
He paid $5,000 for that truck. It had all that hail damage on it. People got a good deal on cars that month. Bought it as is. You could see cars going down the road with little primer spots on it till they can get it all fixed up where the paint was chipped so it wouldn't rust. Cars everywhere with little primer spots, spray can primer. Damn, it got quiet. What you doing, D. Reese? I heard a stapler going on.
He probably got a big old package today or yesterday.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Oh, I know what's in it. Some of it, anyway.
Mama T's sleeping 710. So you got enough to go through there, D?
Nah. Need more.
Need more? Trying to think of what's coming in this week. We didn't get the penny drop last night. He dropped some pennies last night, D. You would have went for $275 there was 30 something rolls and a 25-pound bag.
Cool.
That's like a dream.
It went for $275.
I hate to ruin the secret, but
Yeah,
in the future, just when you spread that bag out when you're selling it,
yeah.
you might want to spread it out a little more so you can get the $50 out of it.
Go ahead.
But that was in that bag of pennies.
Yeah, it was a Benji.
Wow.
Wow. And that was in what, the foreign?
No, I didn't get any foreign. It was all pennies.
Oh,
Just
that
that big bag of wheat cents.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn. I can't believe I missed that.
It must have been I thought I seen that bag. It was a good sized bag. Oh, wait a minute. You were going through a foreign bag. I remember that. You was going through a foreign bag, and that was for who was that for? Well, we're trying to figure out the dates on some of the coins. Who the hell was that for?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was last Thursday.
Last Thursday. Oh no, that's a bag that I'm going to be doing for Juan next week.
Yeah, well, that bag you were going through, that was for one.
Yeah, that's going to be up on Monday. That big bag of foreign.
The one you had last Thursday, you were looking through the stuff? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you didn't send it off to Juan yet?
No, it's stuff I'm going to sell for Juan.
Oh, you're selling that for Juan. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff of his that I got to go through that I'm going to open up for him on Monday.
Oh, okay.
It's just some pennies and then a big bag of foreign. I think he's even got some Canadian pennies in there too.
Hey, D. Reese, what was your wife's maiden name?
Fonger.
How you spell that? Fonger?
Yeah. And the other name would be Prather. Her.
Oh yeah. Okay, Prather. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a few Prathers down here.
Now, Cajun, what'd you say your wife's maiden name was?
Manuel.
Manuel?
Yeah.
Somebody used to come in here and said that their wife had the same maiden name as my last name. I can't remember who it was.
I remember when that came about.
I can't remember who the hell it was. It's been a while since we talked about it.
I don't remember neither. That was a year or so ago, year and a half ago.
Yeah. They had their wife had the same last name as me. And I can't remember who it was.
Oh, people used to give my wife shit because her maiden name was Fry. And then she got together with me, and her last name changed to Kitchens.
Fry Kitchens.
Oh, Fry Kitchens.
Yeah.
How did she spell it? E-Y or Y?
No, F-R-Y.
Okay. Just like the Fry stores in the West.
Yeah.
They got Fry's and something else. What's the other competitor of them?
She was a Fry Kitchen.
Yeah, Fry Kitchen. Kitchen Fryer.
Pizza again, Douglas?
Yeah.
The pizza guy delivered a pizza at the door, I guess, huh?
No, there was just an empty box, and my daughter was yelling about it.
Oh. What's the competitor of Fry's out west, Brian?
Oh, I don't remember.
The Fry's supermarket.
No, out here, Fry's is an electronics store.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Fry's
but that's
electronics. It was a wholesale computer and electronics store.
Yeah, I remember the fries over there. I think I used to order parts from them years ago when I had my shop. What's bugging me?
You think I'm dumb?
Tell them to.
I'll be right back.
Oh, I know that drop I did get last night did have a 5-ouncer in it. A 5-ounce bar. You paid a little bit for it. And we got bought 3 things and then one piece of gold. Well, Mama T got 2 pieces of gold last night, actually. 2 1-gram gold pieces. So well, it'll be about time for you to start a new wallet.
It's about
Oh,
time
yeah.
for my other wallet to actually have something in it first.
Do what?
It's time for my
Oh.
other wallet to actually have something in it first.
I know how that feeling is. The stuff Mama T got last night, we only paid for half of it. Won't be able to pay for the other half until next week. Let's just say Mama T bought a lot last night.
Yeah.
Mama T bought a lot last night. Oh boy, did she buy a bunch. Shit. I don't know why I'm yawning. It's only been 2 hours. Could be them 2 big old burgers I ate before starting the show. No going to sleep, D. We're not waiting on Mama T to get around to you. Yeah, I tell you what.
Oh, that's
Sunday,
I'm so pissed. You're disgusting.
the queue on Sunday was so friggin' long. I'm telling you, the longest queue we've had in a while.
Oh, yeah.
22 people on the queue.
Oh, you mean, yeah. No, I was there Sunday.
Yeah, we had 22 people on the queue.
I was on Sunday night for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Nobody sold a thing.
Ooh. It's because there was a lot of stuff sold during mine that day.
Yeah.
Had a potential trade though.
Do what? Had some trades? That's good.
Yeah, Lee County wanted Browns cards.
Wanted what?
Cleveland Browns.
Oh.
Nerd was going through his football cards.
Okay, who's beeping?
Me?
Oh.
You got a problem with that?
Yeah.
Don't make me do it again.
Oh, you checking the sugars, weren't you?
Uh-huh.
That's because you were checking sugars, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
I knew I recognized that sound.
Do you have SHTF's address?
His home address?
Well, yeah, I mean, wherever he sends.
Yeah. I'm sure I do. I just gotta find which
Well,
email.
when you get it, he bought stuff and paid for it. But he only told me he wanted one thing. He ended up buying two. He paid for it and put a note saying what he wanted, but I don't have his address.
Yeah.
You want me to text him?
I've got his address. I'll text it to you need his home address, right?
Yeah.
Okey-dokey.
He bought some stuff last week. And it's just sitting here.
Okay, here it is.
It's not doing anybody any good sitting there in an envelope.
Nope. I've had that happen before too. Stuff sits there in an envelope. I've got one person that still hasn't paid for something. They said they didn't have Cash App, and I tried to send them the link to it, and it showed they did have have Cash App. And they still ain't paid.
Huh.
So they're not getting their stuff till they pay. It's only $6. How hard is it? So it's just gonna sit there. Stevie. Where is your name? Okay, I know it's before that. Where you at, D? Oh, D, where are you tonight? There you are.
You probably have it under Bubba.
No, I just call people Bubba, but it's not
I know.
under Bubba. Okay, incoming text, D.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I got 5 pages of addresses. You need an address. I'm more than likely got the majority of everybody's addresses.
I've got a lot of them, but usually because he sent it through Cash App. And that's why I like PayPal, because when they use PayPal, it has an address already attached.
Yeah, if they do goods and services.
Well, that's why I tell them to do goods and services.
Yeah.
All right, I found the name of that other store, Brian.
All right.
As Fry's and Safeway. That's the 2 biggest supermarkets in Tucson.
Well, yeah, we haven't
And
had
the Fry's and Safeway are out west.
yeah, we haven't had we don't have a Fry's grocery out here, but and we haven't had a Safeway out here in years. Albertsons,
I think Safeway and Albertsons are the same, if I'm not mistaken. And I think Fry's,
Albertsons have closed up too.
I think Fry's is either Safeway had Kroger or Fry's had Kroger products. It was the same. They were like a sister company, Kroger's and Fry's, or Safeway. But man, beef in Tucson when I was living there. When I left Tucson, came back here.
Well,
they had milk wars, gallons of milk.
Yeah.
When I left, it was $1.40 for a gallon of milk, $1.40.
Yeah.
That was 11 years ago, right at. 11, 12 years ago. $1.40 a gallon.
That happened.
Fry's would go down. Safeway would go down. Fry's would go down. It was a calling card thing. Milk wars. We called them milk wars.
Milk got below $1 a few years back here in Dallas.
Milk? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, we were paying 98 cents a gallon there for about a month. And then it started creeping back up. Stayed in the 130s for a while and got to 160s, and now it's sitting at around 2.5 again.
Dang. That's about what it is there, about $2.50, something like that.
Milk and gasoline, 2 most expensive products per gallon.
Yeah. I was fixing to say, I remember the gas wars back in when I was a kid.
Well, I remember those.
Huh?
I remember those too, but heck, I remember in college in the early 90s paying under $1 for a gallon of gas.
Oh, I remember gas was 20 cents a gallon.
Yeah.
I was a kid though. I wasn't driving, but I was a kid. And
No, I remember my mom telling me stories for a fucking quarter. I think it was like a quarter you could fill the tank. I mean, but you got to remember she was born in 39, so.
mhm. When my dad or my uncle and grandma used to come to our house, the conversation was gas. Like my uncle said, "Hey, have Ove, you seen?" That was my dad's name, Ove. He said, "Ove, you seen the price of gas at Stop and Shop?" Which later on, years later, turned into a 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
But Stop and Shop, I think it was like, okay, hypothetical here, 30 cents. And the Swifty shop right on the outside of town was 28 cents. So 30, and they would drive, which Abbeville's a small town. It's only a couple miles from the center of town to 3 miles to the outskirts of town. So they would drive for that 2 cents a gallon. Cheaper. But they wasn't putting but 6 gallons of gas in their car. They always had half tanks, 3/4 tanks. When the gas would go down, they'd fill them up before gas would go back up. And Uncle Walter, he never went anywhere. Just his car was used for work. That was it. He was a traffic cop at the school for the buses to come through on the main highway.
I remember when I was a kid riding in my dad's GTO, he'd be going to get gas, taking him a 6-pack of beer with him. And we, that was during the OPEC, oil embargo. And we would,
that was in the Carter era, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's when they had all the long lines of gas, the gas stations. They call it a gas shortage. We didn't have a gas shortage. But we did feel the effect in South Louisiana. We did. We had long lines too because the gas was rationed.
Yeah.
So many truckloads per store,
Here in
per
Texas,
week.
I remember as a kid being in my mom's little Pinto, we could only go on Tuesdays and Thursdays and get 5 gallons.
Yeah.
And you were a limited amount of gas too. If you were waiting in a line, and I mean, we had some pretty long lines, half-mile long, out of the country stores, and you were limited. I think it was 5 gallons a car.
Oh, I remember getting close to the front and then the station closing down. Sorry, we're out of gas.
Yeah, well, they locked the pumps up, kept the store open. Some of the places, I bet you they locked up the store too and got the heck out of Dodge, or they'd have had a mob on their hands.
Yeah.
Well, especially if you've waited an hour or two in line to get gas, and then
you got some mad people.
Then the race was on to the next gas station.
Yeah.
I remember just before I met Mama T, back when I was still in my hometown in the Panhandle of Florida, that little gas station that was going out of business. So they opened up one day. Gas was, I think, like $1.09 back then. And when they went out of business, they sold everything in their tank for $0.25 a gallon.
Oh, wow. Even the sludge, huh?
They emptied their tanks out by selling everything at all their gas. So 87, then 89, and all of it. At 25 cents a gallon. Needless to say, I filled my car up. My mom took hers over there and filled it up. My dad took his over there and filled it up.
I remember not long after that gas shortage, I was a manager of a full-service gas station, Exxon, in Intercoastal City. Full-service gas was $1.50 a gallon, and that was expensive back then.
Yeah.
Full-service gas, $1.50, but you got your tires checked, your engine oil checked. You had, the little blue hair gray-haired ladies would come, fill their cars up, you know, and they all had charge accounts. Had to write all that on the books. They had to sign for it, you know.
Yeah.
But hey, look, when you're in a country like that, you got the older ladies. They dress nice. They got their hair set. They don't want no gas on their hands, you know. They would go to the full
When I
service
lived in
station.
Memphis, I worked at a full service gas station, and
Yep.
I think if
I
you
worked
paid cat, if you got the self serve, it was I think $1.09. If you went to full service, it was $1.29.
Yeah.
And we would meet you out at the pump, make your change right there. And if you had a credit card, we'd go in there and get one of those swipe machines. We put your paper, put the card on there, put the paper on there, and zip.
That's right. I
Yeah,
remember
I
those.
worked
I remember
at a-
those.
I
Those
worked at a
swipe
full-service
things.
gas station in Coronado for a lot of years, working on cars, running full service, running the sticks down in the tanks.
Yeah, yeah.
We had to do a stick tank, tank sticking every night before we closed up.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the guy that did it was blind as he was blind. He had one eye, an old man, and he'd check that stick every night. He wouldn't let anybody else do it. He had to do it. All right, old man Jim.
Hey, you put that grease solution on the end of your stick, and you dropped it in the tank, and it came up.
Check it for water.
Yep, had a little red. Well, if it was red, that's how much water you had.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't ever see him do that, but
yeah,
this old man, long before I started working there, he used to do the bank drop at night when he got off work. He was doing the bank drop one night, and somebody come up there to rob him.
Oh.
They actually stabbed him, and that's how he lost the one eye.
Oh.
He got stabbed somewhere in the body and also in the head, and he fought the guy off and was actually able to drive home. He actually drove home instead of going to the bank. He drove home, and his wife seen him out there when he pulled up, and called the ambulance right there at the house. I mean, he actually fought the guy off, and the guy did not get the bank deposit.
Oh, well, that's a good thing then.
Yeah, we had a rolling safe inside of ours. It was a safe there, and you would wrap up all the work orders and all the credit card receipts and all the cash and change. You know, if you had rolls of change, you'd roll it up into this. We called it the burrito. You'd roll it up and put a couple of rubber bands around it, drop it in the safe, and turn it, and it would drop it down to the bottom of the safe. So
right.
Yeah, we got
on the island there was no banks open at night.
He wouldn't. They stopped doing that after that. But they had a safe that was in the ground, a little bitty round one, about like this.
Yeah.
And every night, everything got checked and, like you said, put into a bank bag and wrapped up like a burrito and dropped down in that thing. And they had it above ground at one time, encased in concrete, and had bricks around it and everything like that. And somebody pulled in there one night and broke the window because they could see the safe and yanked the safe out of because it wasn't below ground at the time. It was they had a block, had bricks around it and encased in concrete. It didn't last long like that. He got ripped out of the ground. That's when they dropped, hammered up the floor and put it in ground instead of above ground. That was, oh God, how many years ago was that? Early 90s? But they sold out. They were an Exxon company. They sold out to some other company. They actually had 4 stores at one time. It was the 2 brothers and 2 sisters. They each had a store.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually started, the original store I worked at was one of the brothers. And his store was like 2 blocks away from, it was owned Elvis Presley Boulevard, 2 blocks away from Graceland.
Wow.
Huh.
So you got to see a lot of people come through there, foreigners that do like we do, going overseas and backpack across Europe.
Yeah.
You see a lot of Europeans who are backpacking across the U.S. and always want to stop at Graceland.
But you was talking about sticking the tanks. We used to stick ours every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We'd
We did
stick
ours
ours.
every night. We did
Yeah,
ours
we
every
did
night.
we did ours every night too.
Y'all had above ground tanks or in ground tanks?
In ground.
In ground, yeah, that's what we had. We had them long, long
Long
sticks,
black, long black sticks with the numbers on them.
Long square stick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then we had a tube of solution of stick. You rub that on the bottom of the stick, and if it came up red,
Mhm.
that was water. The red
I've
meant
never seen them
water.
do that. Maybe they did that during the day, but they never did that at night when we did it.
Oh, okay. Y'all were like
Not when I worked there. Not when I worked, but they may have did
Okay.
it some other time, maybe did it during the day. Because
Right,
I worked mainly
right.
evening shift.
y'all had a 24-hour or 11
No, I
close
just
at
worked
11?
evening shift. I mean,
Okay. Now we was open from 6 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon.
we were open
Yeah,
from, I think,
our Texaco was open from 6 in the morning until 10 at night.
Back then,
we
I
were
got-
open till from 6 to I think 9.
And we
My
did
pay
full-
was
we did full
400.
service from opening until closing.
My pay was $400 a week, and which wasn't bad in 1983.
I don't remember what mine was, but we had a thing. Each day, if extra sales like plugging tires, selling a tire, doing a oil change or something like that, or selling a quart of oil, we put down how much it was on the sheet under our name, and for each $100 over, for each $100 you made $10.
Yeah.
So if you did $140, you got $14 extra on your check.
Hell, not me.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
Too tight for all that shit.
we run a competition one month. It was just for the guys that worked out there on the out front. Whoever did the most. No, it was for a week. Whoever did the most sales in a week got an extra $100 on their check. And I busted. I mean, every tire plug that came in, I did it. Every quart of oil, I was there. I beat this one young kid that was working there. Because he didn't do tires and stuff like that hardly. He'd do a plug every once in a while, but as far as changing tires out and all like that, he didn't do that. I did that. So, and that was during the evening because at 5 o'clock, the two guys, we had a 2-bay shop in there. The two mechanics, they would leave at 5 o'clock. So in the evening times, I was doing oil changes. I was doing tires, just basic stuff like that.
Yeah.
When I was working on the island, I was the only person on the island that patched the inner tube.
Yeah, we wouldn't plug, we'd patch.
No other station or shop on the island would patch an inner tube. They would plug tires, but they wouldn't patch inner tubes.
Yeah. Well, I had some people come in every once in a while that I'd go to plug, like, no, can't you do a patch? Like, yeah, I can do a patch too. So I'd have to, which it costs more to take the tire off.
Tire and everything, yeah.
Yeah, and patch it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we didn't plug. We did not plug. I don't know. That wasn't the right way to fix a tire, I guess. We'd patch it. Then we did 18-wheeler tires. Oh boy, that was a split ring tire. Man!
In my 30 years of working on tires, I found that plugs lasted longer and worked better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because moisture wouldn't get between the carcass of the tire and rot the carcass out. As compared to a patch, you do a patch from the inside, that leaves all that inner carcass exposed to moisture and road debris. I mean, I did patches. I would patch for people if they really wanted it. obviously it was more money because I had to dismount the tire and everything, but
Yeah.
you know, I would do it, you know, as much as I would tell them that, you know, you're better off with a plug. And no, I want a patch. All right, roger that. You're the
I had
customer.
a guy one time. I was doing the tires. He came in, got new tires, and his valve stems were good. And normally, our boss said, "Don't change them unless they're look like they're in bad shape." She'd have us check them, make sure they weren't dry rotted, make sure they were in there good, and all like that. And this guy requested to have his valve stems, and she always told us that they wanted valve stems changed. It was an extra, I think, like $4. If they requested them. He told this guy 2 new tires. He turns around and calls the boss and tells the boss he was mad because he had to pay $4 for a valve stem.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you bought a $80 tire and you're complaining about a $4 valve stem.
Yeah, I always whenever I put new tires on my cars, you know, I deal with discount and they automatically put the valve stems in the charge. And I'm fine with that. I'm like, yeah, just change them, you know. Because I don't want to be 2 years down the road and have the damn valve stem rot out. So
yeah, when I did them, when I was doing them, automatically when you sold a tire, it included mounting and balancing.
Yeah.
And when I got with Mama T years later, I went to one of these places to get new tires put on there. They charge you extra now for all that shit.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah.
Because I went in there to, they were running a special 3 tires for $99. I was like, okay, I'll go get 3 new tires.
Fourth one free or whatever.
Yeah, I go to get 3 new tires for $99, And then when he brought me back the bill, it was like 200 and something. I'm like, wait a minute. It advertised 3 tires for for $100.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, the tires are $100. He's like, but then there's the mounting and balancing and all this. I was like, no. I said, that's supposed to be included with price. Oh no, we don't do that here. I said, I ain't paying that. I said, I came in. This is what it says. 3 tires at $100. I said, that's what I'm paying.
Yeah,
I'm not paying what you want.
Yeah, out here they can't do that. They got to everything's
Disclose
got to
that.
be written down, itemized, the whole 9 yards.
But see, he didn't tell me all that shit when I came in there. That this was extra, this is extra, this is extra. I went in there thinking like it was like when I did it, working at a full service gas station. All it was,
Yeah.
D. Reese, you need some PB blast on that chair. Some sewing machine oil. 3-in-1 oil.
And I remember when the new tires came out, the directional tires for water. They're supposed to push the water out to the side.
Yeah.
I remember those first came out when I was working at that gas station, and we got a couple of them in. And let me tell you, them things were expensive back then when they first came out.
I think Goodyear came out with that.
Yeah, Goodyear came out with them, and you think those are expensive? You ought to see how much a run flat tire costs.
Oh, don't get me started.
Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, those little tires that's about from the rim wall to the bottom of the tire about that thick.
No. It's a regular tire.
It's a regular tire.
But they call it a run flat because it will go.
Oh,
yeah. Will go up to 25 miles.
Right, yeah.
Will go up to 100 miles, and you can
we-
drive
yeah,
on.
okay.
After they've been,
Okay.
after they've.
I misunderstood you.
Yeah.
Being a father of 3, we've gone through several different minivans, and the one we liked the most was the Honda Odyssey.
Yeah.
But it had those run flats.
Oh yeah.
After I paid the first time to get tires on it, I switched them the next time.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I went online and bought the rims,
Yeah.
took them in and said, I don't want them damn run flats this time.
Y'all were talking about making a commission or something from however your sales were, and you get a little extra on your check. Well, when a car or truck, and there was a lot of commercial vehicles, company vehicles coming in and with Exxon cards. And it was an Exxon station, so hence Exxon credit cards. And when we like, okay, you're a little low on power steering fluid. Well, we had the cans, the tall, I think it was 16-ounce cans, about that big around, and you had a pop top on it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't like nowadays you have a plastic bottle with a screw cap.
Yeah.
So we put like a quarter of the can in there, and I, hey, you want the rest of it? They're like, oh no. So that got put back up on the shelf, and the next time somebody was low, now we charge them for the whole can
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
credit card, and so I'm like, Jim, now wait a minute, you know, you're making $1.50, $2 a can here on a quarter of a can. I said, how about I get a little commission off of that? You know, he says,
Right.
all right, 50 cents for every one that after the can's open, okay? After the can's paid for, you get 50 cents per shot or whatever. I'm like, okay. He said, just keep it marked down. And like a half a quart of oil. Back then, there wasn't no 540 or 530, 1040 and all that. We had 30, 40, 50, you know, and then I think we had some 1030 in stock. Well, a half a quart, well, then the next half a quart, but that was mine. Okay, I'd get 50 cents for that. So yeah, that all added up. That all added up.
Oh hell, we had guys that would plug tires, and if the customer paid cash, those guys wouldn't even mark it down on the books. They just put the cash in the pocket. I mean, it was,
Really?
it ran around. It got to the point where Don Corn started making us put a plug count on the paperwork at the end of each shift.
A what?
A plug count.
Oh, okay. Yeah, to keep inventory.
He knew. Yeah, keep an inventory on the tire plugs. Because he knows he was buying a lot of tire plugs, but he wasn't getting his $10 per plug out of it. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were doing patches. I think it was $8 for a patch.
Yeah.
Well, we do a hot patch. A
Yeah,
hot patch. That's what we do.
Yeah, that
We
was
had-
the only way I was shown how to do it.
We
Rub
had,
it, light it, yeah, put it in there, and light it.
yep, burn it. We had since it was Exxon, our jobber, our distributor, Exxon jobber, supplied our patches. You know, when we'd make an order, we'd put 2 boxes of certain size patch, and then or you could put a boot on it.
Yeah.
But our patches were Atlas. You know, like
Yeah.
Charles Atlas. Okay.
Yeah.
That was the name of our patches, Atlas, and it was Atlas glue. And then we had the little air grinder.
Yeah,
You know,
Yep.
rough it
Brass,
up.
with the brass
Oh, yeah.
wheel on it, the roughing wheel on it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, little grinder wheel, kind of
Looked
round,
like
Yeah.
looked like
Um,
a donut.
almost
Looked
like a stone. Yeah, like a donut
it
wheel.
looked
Yeah,
like a contorted or a sprinkled donut on the outside. It was
Yeah.
all bubbly
yeah,
and-
right. Now, what's 710's talking about? I think he's making a joke right there because I never
No,
heard of a
no,
plug patch combo.
No, they actually made a plug patch combo. On the back side of the plug, it was a rubber plug, and on the back side of it was a patch. You would peel the sticker off, but you had to have a special tool to.
Oh,
to
oh, you
pull it
mean the
through
one-
tire.
The one with the nipple in the middle of it? It was
Yeah,
a patch
yeah.
with a nipple in the middle?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, I know it's. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, but you had to have a special tool to insert.
Yeah,
That's what she said.
that's what she said. Okay, yeah, okay, I can get that now, but yeah, we just call them a nipple patch. That's if you had like a bolt in a tire, or something big, like a welding rod or something that got in there, and you can actually see through the tire. You know what I mean? Well, that's
we
where
had
that
somebody
nipple
come in
patch.
one day. We had somebody come in one day with a live 308 round stuck in their tire.
What? Wow.
Yeah, I'm surprised that thing did not go up. I got to pull that out. That thing was still unfired.
Oh boy, like Whoa, how lucky was I?
That guy was lucky. He came in for a patch. I'm like, all right, yeah, I pulled it off there. He said, I was like, who? It was still a little warm too because he'd been driving on it. It was a little warm, so I was careful as hell with that thing. Yeah, 'cause I
Man,
had to, where it was sitting out on the tire, I had to pull the tire off to do it. And I was like, whoa.
well, good thing it was made out of brass. It didn't spark. You know what?
Yeah.
When he was driving it, you know, the brass
Yeah,
don't
but
spark.
he's lucky he didn't
Okay,
run
gas
over
station.
something hard in the road and that thing, hit just right and go boom.
Right, hit that
Here
center
you go,
fire
you bunch
can.
of gas station oldies. Take a look at this tool.
Wait, I can't make that out. Make him big, Big T. Can't make that out. Anco pressure indicator. Kind of looks like a torque wrench gauge.
No, here. I've had this for many years. And I still got the original box and everything.
Look at that old metal blade fan in the back behind him. Oh, check that out. Oh, okay.
You
Wow.
put the you take the wiper blade off and you put the wiper arm on here and you set it up against the windshield.
Oh,
And then it will tell you the pressure on the wiper arm, and it'll tell you if the wiper arm needs to be replaced or not.
I'll be
Wow,
dog.
cool.
Damn. That must have been a dealer tool, huh? Specialty dealer tool?
I got that because at the time when I was working at the gas station, we used to carry Anco wiper blades and arms.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that used to come in and refill them for us, he brought me that. It was one that he had been saving for himself, and he brought me that, and I got a lot of use out of it. I put a lot of white arms because of that thing.
Well,
I remember
I like
growing up, when my dad used to buy oil, I remember back then he used to keep a plastic bag
Mhm.
to wrap it up in because he got the oil in a can. You had to use that special pipe.
Spout,
to
yeah,
punch,
the spout and punch it through it. Yeah,
punch it through
I've
it.
got 2 or 3 of those spouts
Yeah.
around.
yeah, all spout. Yeah,
Yeah.
like that. Had a little
Spike
V-shape.
on
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a can opener.
it. There you
You
go.
Yeah.
know, like the old style beer can openers. It had that little V blade on the end. You punched it into the can, and no spill that way.
Yep.
Yeah, 710. It's still kind of, it's dusk, I guess. I mean, it's not.
9:30, 7:30 your
It's only
time, ain't it?
7:30 out there where he's at, so
7:30.
Yeah, he's still got another hour and a half of daylight left.
don't do that, D.
Brian, I like that old fan you got behind you there. The old metal blade fan with the little. It's not much of a cage on it, just enough to keep your hands from going in it, but you can't get your fingers in that thing.
Yeah.
My grandma used to
Damn
have
weird.
one. My grandma had one like that. Probably got a little oil spout on top of the motor, little lid you lift up, put some sewing machine oil in it, 3-in-1 oil, couple 3 drops.
When my dad worked on the seagoing tugs in his bunk room, because the cook had their own room. That's what he had, was one of them old metal fans in there. Old gray metal fan.
Yep. That's when stuff was made real good and quality.
Yeah.
Last you for, look, how old that fan Brian got? Probably 50, 60 years old, if not older than that.
And finding one of them that's still working, when you got one of them, you don't want to get rid of it.
Right. I've got a cool, it says Lakewood, cool operator. It's round. It's like a floor fan, but it's not square, like a square floor fan, 20-inch. This one's round with a base on the bottom. And I can actually buy that motor that is a serviceable motor in that fan. When I tear it apart to clean the grill, the back grill
Yeah,
and the front grill, the motor unscrews from the frame, and it has a plug, like a computer plug, but it's not the three-way computer plug. You plug the cord into that motor, so you have a serviceable motor, and you can oil it. You can actually oil it.
Well,
That thing's
remember the
old.
I remember the old serviceable fan clutches. You know, when the oil in the fan clutches go bad, you drain it out and refill it. I think, if I remember, I think it used 1030 or something like that, or 2050 or something. I can't remember what.
Yeah.
Clutch
Now,
fan.
you know,
Like for
now
a radiator
throw all
fan?
that shit in the trash. Huh?
Like for a radiator fan
Yeah. Yep.
on a car?
hmm
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know, now they throw all that shit in the trash. You know, now you buy
Yeah.
a new one. It was like the old days. You know, when I first got into working on cars, you know, I was rebuilding calipers and rebuilding wheel cylinders and rebuilding master cylinders. And you know,
Right.
now nobody wants to pay for that, you know, because you can buy them so cheap.
Yeah, but you still got to turn in your core, though.
No, not well. I mean, I don't know about back there, but out here, no. All that
On a
stuff
master
is-
cylinder,
Yeah.
I mean, and not the big round.
No, the booster you have to turn in. Yeah.
Yeah, the boot and the master cylinder. You got to
Yeah,
turn
out
in
here,
for
out
a
here, we
core.
didn't. Yeah,
Really?
out here we didn't
Oh,
have
okay.
to deal with cores. The only thing we dealt with cores on was like hydro boosts or vacuum brakes boosters, you know, stuff like that. You'd have to do a core on. But as far as the master cylinders and all that, they build those things so cheap in China now. You know, it's,
Oh, well, the last time I bought one, and I forget when that was, probably 15 years ago. Yeah, we had to
Mhm.
trade in that core.
Oh, I
Either
remember
bring
having
it,
core-
bring
I
it,
remember
and
having
get your.
cores on wheel cylinders and cores on calipers. Well, the
Oh, yeah, I was-
calipers, a lot of the calipers, they still have cores on, but wheel cylinders and a lot of the master cylinders, you know. What's up, John? How you doing, buddy?
John Ashon, how you doing, mon ami?
Hey, how you doing, John?
Hey, John.
I was hoping to make it to that coin show this year, but we ain't making it this year.
Yeah, you said something about that. You probably won't be able to go.
Yeah, well, we had to get the
Van.
rack and pinion fixed on the van, and then the cats were sick the week before that. We had to take them in, so
Yeah, with the
yeah,
kitty
that's
cats.
our-
How the kid is doing?
doing good. He still can't walk straight, but he's doing a lot better. He's actually starting to run around a little bit now. So
Oh, okay. That medicine's helping it.
yeah, a little bit. He hates it though. He hates it bigger than anything.
Oh, yeah. Well, if he would ever hang them teeth in your finger while you shoving that down his throat.
Oh, he did yesterday.
He hung it in you, huh?
Oh, he bit me yesterday. I was going to open his mouth, and I had my thumb right there, and he clamped down on my thumb.
I was thinking about that the first time you said
Yeah,
that.
you better
Right
be
there,
ready
two
to go
little
get
spots
some,
right there where he got me.
I
you better
see
go-
that.
You better get ready to
Man.
go get an antibiotic.
Yeah,
Ah.
one's a pill that I
Last time
got to
bit
break
by a
up.
cat in the hand. I ended up with an infection 2 days later.
Cat scratch fever.
He's taking the same pill that Mama T's taking for where she had her stroke at the first of the year.
Wow.
Yeah, they make it for animals also.
Yeah.
But where she takes a whole pill, I had to cut his pill into fourth.
Yeah.
No, I can't give that to the cat, 710. I'm sorry. But I gotta do.
I'd make him feel like he wasn't hurting.
Even I can't do that no more, 710. Ever since they gave me these right here, I can't even do that no more.
What?
Yes, I'm not allowed to have these and do what 710 does.
Yeah, you can't have your gummy bears no more?
Nope.
What is that? That whatever.
My pain meds for pain management.
Oh, you got on that.
I
Okay.
finally got back on it. I was off of
Oh,
2
okay.
years. Now I'm finally back on it.
Oh, I know why you can't do it, because they'll test you, do a blood test or
Yep.
something, and if it comes up in your system, they'll take that away.
Act
Uh,
710, state of Pennsylvania will not let you, if you're on pain management, you're not allowed to have medical also.
Yeah, your insurance won't pay for it.
No, the doctor won't see if they find any of this right here in my system.
Oh, they cut you off from the pain meds.
Yep, they'll cut me off from the pain meds, and I'm not doing that. I fought hard to get on them, and
Well,
I ain't messing that up again.
right. I had a
Because
buddy of mine got his messed up. He found something. They found something else beside his Lortab in him. They found something he wasn't prescribed to him. I
Yeah.
think it was some soma or something. They found somas in his blood, and doctor said, "Oh, too bad,
Yeah,
son."
the funny thing is, when they originally when I first went in to talk to the pain management doctor, they wanted me to do a drug test. Well, I went back the next week for a drug test, and I had taken, I've been taking the drops.
Yeah.
My drug test came out negative all the way down.
Huh.
Didn't find a single thing in my system. I'm like, what in the hell? But I wouldn't take a chance on it now. Now that I'm on them now, I'm not going to take
Yeah.
a chance. I fought too hard to get them. What's funny is the doctor said that they weren't going to give them to me, and I should get on medical. I get on the medical marijuana, and then they give me pain medicine.
What they giving you?
Vicodin, hydro.
Yeah, hydrocodone, Narco 10s,
5s.
5s. Big a man as you are, they give you 5s.
They give me 5s, and I'm only allowed to take 2 a day.
Oh, they probably gonna graduate you up later
I
on.
told them I didn't want a strong amount. I said these will work fine. I said I'm not asking for taking the 10s four times a day. I said just looking for enough just to keep me going.
Okay.
That's all I wanted. I said I didn't want a bunch of them. I said just enough to keep me going, and that's what they did.
Okay.
I told them, I said I don't mind doing the medical. I said, but I don't want the high feeling with also feeling the no pain, because I want to be able to do stuff. I get freaking wasted on that stuff up there, and I'm sitting here going, no, I want to be able to. Well, see, I was on them for a couple of years, 710, and they never messed my stomach up. Only problem with now that I'm back on them, until they get into my system good, I'm having to deal with the constipation.
Yeah,
because
the
they
amount
will.
of opioids that I had to give away to the hospital after my wife died was astonishing. I mean, she had prescriptions for Norco 10 and
that's the Vicodin 10s.
Yeah, and all
it's Norco. That's what I take.
All kinds of stuff.
Norco 10s 3 times a day.
Yep.
I'm on the 5s. I'm on them twice a day, and I can take 2 of them, and I'll take 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, and that keeps me going for the day.
But it don't constipate me though.
Well, it depends on how long you're on them. I was off of them for a while, and then I just started back on them, and it's like, right now, Lee County, yes. Yes, I am, but I'm also
narcotic constipation.
Taking 2 Lasix at a time. So whenever I have to go to the bathroom, I have to go right then. You better get out of my way, or I'm gonna pee on your foot. That's what I told somebody the other day. They were coming out of the bathroom. I said, out of my way, or I'm going to pee on your foot.
Hey, you didn't add a urinal in your bathroom when y'all redid the bathroom? You didn't add a urinal on the wall?
I wish I could have.
I got a buddy of mine, one of my best friends. He's got a urinal for him in his bathroom, and he's got a toilet for his wife. Or when he needs to go number 2.
Yeah.
And he does
The
have a urinal.
insurance wasn't paying for me to get a urinal put in. They
Oh,
were paying
okay.
for Mama T's
Yeah, handicap expansion.
bathroom.
Expansion, yeah.
Well, they didn't. They actually expand anything. They took the tub out and added a wider shower stall that only has a 2-inch lip, so all she has to step up is 2 inches.
Right.
And it's got a built-in. It's got 3 bars right there. I made them add a bar right behind the toilet, and one up by the sink. I made them add 2 more, even though it wasn't supposed to be on the plans. I made them add 2 more.
It helps.
But it added the big shower. Everybody froze. Okay, there we go. Everybody froze.
Tell me they put in an elongated toilet.
Yes, they put in the elongated toilet.
Right.
Yeah.
Now they first got a round toilet in, and I said, I said that's supposed to be elongated.
Yeah, hell no. I'll never go back to a round toilet. As soon as my mom wanted an elongated toilet put in her bathroom, and I installed one, and then I used it, and I said, "Hey, this thing's pretty good." And
yeah.
So I went out and bought one and put one in the other bathroom.
Is it?
We got a bidet hooked up on ours also.
Mm.
I tell you what, if you got explosives, all you got to do is reach over there and turn that thing on, and it shoots and washes your butt off for you.
So all you got to do is use a clean wash rag to dry yourself off, huh?
Yeah, just use a little piece of toilet paper to get make sure everything's out of there. But yeah, for the most part, it washes the majority of it off. Every once in a while, you may have a little streak.
I just ran the garden hose through the wall.
Yeah.
I paid $25.
They sell those. If you go like Home Depot, they sell those poor man's bidets. You know, the little dish squirter with the hose that you hook into the. They do.
Yes.
It's just a dish sprayer with a hose on it that hooks down into your pipe that comes to your toilet bowl or toilet tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got ours is all you do is take off the toilet seat and put this thing right up under the toilet seat and hook your toilet seat back up, then run the line into your line right there, and boom. No problem at all. It's $25,
Yeah, they got two friends or brothers or something. I think they came up with that idea, and I forget the name they came up with. They got a catchy name to it.
Bidet.
No. Bidet, that's old. Oh, that's a French name. But they call it something. I forgot what it is. It's a couple years old.
No, I remember being
a year and a half.
Being in the Middle East. In the Middle East, they just had little sprayers. But like in Japan, they had the full-blown plug-in electronic bidets, add a bunch of buttons and,
mine, all you do is sit down and there's a little arm over there to the side. You just twist it one way to clean your butt, and then you turn it the women turn it the other way to clean the other part.
Yeah.
So you do it both ways?
No. Fuck you, D.
You gotta get the sand out of there.
But no, I mean that thing. Let me tell you, and when you got that, the first time you used it, and you get that cold water up your butt. Oh my God! You sit there, Jesus Christ! Hey, what's up, Z Rich?
Have y'all ever heard of the expression TMI?
Too much information.
Let me tell you though, it worked. They worked real good.
Sorry, Z Rick, you kind of walked into a shitty conversation.
Yeah,
literally.
Well done, Z Rich. What's up, Z?
But no, I mean, first I was like, I'm not going to use that damn thing, and then lately I've gotten where, like, hey, might as well. I paid for it, so I might as well use the damn thing.
Saves you a hell of a lot of money in toilet paper.
Yeah, it does. So there are, use that. You move around a little bit, make sure you get your cheeks and everything too, and works pretty good. But like I said, you turn that thing on first. First time you use it, you almost come up off there because that cold water hits that brown eye.
It's that
Makes you
sphincter.
come up off there because that water's cold hitting your butt. Hey, what's up, Big Red?
What's up, Red?
How you doing, Bubba?
What's going on, Red? Yeah.
Nope, 710. No more dingleberries.
Yep, no more dingleberries for that thing. Mama T, G Dub. I guess his sister-in-law or wife won pours now. Tell you what, she does some nice pours.
Yeah. She
Mama
does some
T
great
sang
ones.
too. He was on there Sunday, and she sang two that she liked. So I bought her one, and then Washington State Jags fan bought her another one. Not anymore, Z-Rich. Not with a built-in bidet.
Right.
Don't have to worry about the never-ending wipes.
Got it for summer, and summer's over.
Excuse me.
Ooh,
Oh, that sounds good.
I felt better.
Yep. I'm hungry again.
Yeah. Tell you what, you missed the food talk earlier, didn't you?
Hmm.
You talking about we started off talking about the hamburgers I had for dinner. Ooh.
I guess
Yeah,
it's
and
better
we got
to
started-
say it
we
before
got
than
started
after the
on-
conversation, right?
Then we got started on jelly and jam.
Yeah, then we got the jelly and jams, and then somehow we ended up all the way to shit.
Mm-hmm.
And we hit the Hardee's breakfast plan and
Oh, yeah.
Crystal Burgers and
Got to get the country ham biscuits.
I tell you what, Katie, you talking about the steak biscuits from Hardee's.
oh
I,
man,
I haven't had
I
one of
love
those in so many years. I love their steak biscuits.
I do too.
Steak biscuits and the country ham biscuits.
I like
But
getting the steak biscuits and then getting a packet of their grape jelly and putting on there.
uh-huh.
Yep.
The only place with better country ham biscuits is Bojangles,
Haven't had their breakfast.
and they
Ooh.
closed here.
Bojangles?
Yep.
Bojangles, yeah.
I ain't got them down here.
It's a southern chicken place.
Yeah, it's a Southern chicken place, just like
I've-
Popeye.
I've heard of them, but we don't have them down here.
Huh.
Yeah, we don't have them here either.
Now, we
I've
do
had-
have
I've
a
had
Raising
Bojangles before.
Cane's. We do have a Raising Cane's
They're
at
supposed to be opening
Opelousas.
up, they're supposed to be opening up a Popeyes over here near me.
Oh,
They got one over in National City, but ugh, damned if I'm going to National City.
Yeah, Popeyes
I
is almost
used to-
like
I used to like churches until I found out one of the churches that we used to go to years ago. They found somebody got their bucket of chicken one day, and they pulled out what they at first thought it was a drumstick. Turned out to be a rat. Stopped going to churches
man.
after that.
Yeah, you've never worked in a kitchen, have you, Big T?
Yeah, I've worked in the kitchen before.
Oh yeah, he did.
I've worked in McDonald's and I worked in Wendy's.
So, like I said, you've never worked in a kitchen, but
A regular kitchen, no.
I think I would notice if a rat jumped in the grease.
yeah, that's
Yeah, but if you look where most of the neighborhoods that churches were in, most of the people didn't care.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that most average people don't want to hear about.
Yeah.
But it would be hard for there to be an entire rat get battered,
What's up, Joe?
Yeah.
floured, thrown
What's
in
up,
the
VR?
fire.
Your
Breaded
brother just
fried
got a
dish
chicken box
rag.
from KFC that had a breaded fried dish rag.
Well, see, something like that somebody did on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was somebody walking out the door that day.
When I worked at McDonald's, I had a friend, it was in my hometown. I had a friend come back in there one night. He had just gone through drive-through, got home, went to eat his Big Mac, came back to the store because whoever was making the sandwiches back there did not put no meat on the Big Mac.
Oh, so get a
He
bread
was
burger.
I'm
yes.
good,
He's
Jeff.
like,
Man,
I drove all the way home,
I
getting
was
ready
over
to eat
here.
this, and there's not a one bit. He's like, how can you fuck up?
Yes.
Telling the manager, how can you fuck up and not put meat on a Big Mac?
Where's the beef?
Where's the beef?
Yeah, that was a
Baton-
Wendy's spy that did that.
Yeah,
Baton
sorry,
Rouge
Red.
Chef.
Sorry, Chef. I got into chatting over here and the time got away from me, so I forgot about the chat.
Yes,
How you
baby.
doing? How you
It'll
doing,
be
Baton
our-
Rouge?
All right, I'll be right back, y'all. Mama T needs me.
All right.
Good.
Yeah, speaking of food, Baton Rouge Chef just showed up. I used to be a fry cook, and then I was working the 11 to 7 shift at Tebow's restaurant. I think I was 16 years old. I was running the kitchen at night. But, you know, you don't get a lot of customers at night until that's like the weekend, you know, and the drunks come in for
Mhm.
something to eat and stuff like that. But it was mostly fried foods and burgers and stuff.
Yeah.
There wasn't no big all-out
Short order.
fancy restaurant. You know, we had frog legs on the menu and fried oysters, fried shrimp, and stuff like that. But
Short order cook stuff.
yeah, short order. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Boy, and I cleaned that grill one morning. It was a slow night. I cleaned that grill. I forget that old woman's name. She said, you know, every now and then you got to keep that grill clean. I cleaned that grill so good I took the seasoning off of it with that grill brick. That grill brick. I took the seasoning off of that. And that the morning the 7 o'clock crew shows
That's a
up.
sin.
And yeah, and she could not flip an egg on that grill. It was that clean. I took all the seasoning off of it.
Yeah, my cast iron skillet, I never wash it.
No, but this was a griddle, you know,
Yeah.
and every now and then you had to have that griddle, you know, clean. And
Yeah.
but I just used that grill brick a little too much on it. And I think her name was Patty or Patsy or something. And they had 2 cooks for the morning. I was by myself from 11 to 7, 11 at night to 7. I was by myself. And they had 2 cooks come in the morning for the breakfast rush hour. And she couldn't get that egg to turn over, that fried egg, you know, over
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
And Patsy was like, told the other lady cook, she said, come and flip this egg before I spit on Boodle. I thought she was
We
going to
had,
say spit
I
on
was,
the egg at first.
I was working at a Boy Scout camp up here. We had it had a big kitchen in it, and one summer they had a catering company come in and work the kitchen, and then I was part of the cook crew, and I'd come up on weekends or whatnot when there was some special occasion going on. And they didn't want to call in the caterers, and I remember walking through the door, walking into the kitchen, and looking over at the flat top. And you could see all these dings in it where they had hit it with the spatula and dinged it all. The whole flat top was completely ruined.
Wow.
There was just dings all over it.
Somebody must have did that on
They
purpose.
were
or something.
hammering on it or something. It cost them quite a few $100s to get a new flat top, and they were not happy.
We've got a Boy Scout camp down here north in between Abbeville and Woodlawn called Steen's Camp. named
Mhm.
after the Steen Syrup Mill.
Yeah.
They built a nature trail and all that, and it was where the Boy Scouts would go, you know, on their little bivouacs and all that. And that was the second biggest one in South Louisiana, next to Thistlethwaite. Thistlethwaite was the big jamboree, Boy Scout
Yeah.
jamboree area. But Steen's Camp was, but we fried chicken over there one time, and they had these big, huge black iron. Okay, well, I can't, but okay, big old pot belly pots, round bottom pots
Yep. With the
with
single
that
burner.
ring, with the ring burner. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's what we fried our chicken in. That was a part of Steen's Camp. If you rented it like for a wedding reception or something like that,
Yeah.
and you pay pretty good money for that too. Boy Scouts, it didn't cost the Boy Scouts nothing because Albert Steen, the owner of it, that built that camp up for the Boy Scouts, it was free for us.
Mhm.
And they had a full blown kitchen in there, restaurant kitchen, except for the deep fryers. Wait a minute, or did they have the deep fryers? But we was cooking a huge batch of chicken, drumsticks, wings, you know, cut up chickens. I mean, we made like, for that troop, our troop, I think we had like 10 gallons of coleslaw.
Mm. Yep.
Oh yeah, and
That's
red
what the
beans.
problem is, Red. You haven't smoked in over a week. That's why you blacked out. You haven't had nothing good to smoke.
Yeah, that's the kind of
Oh.
kitchen. That's the kind of kitchen that Matagoy had, or has, I should say. It's still there. Big
Yeah.
restaurant shop kitchen. Because it would, you know, during the summer, each year there would be over 1,000 campers there each week.
Wow.
Yeah. So
And that was a Boy Scout camp?
yeah, Matagoy Boy Scout Reservation.
Oh,
It
okay.
actually the camp had two kitchens. They had the main kitchen down by Beaver Lodge, and then it had another smaller kitchen up in the north end of the camp that was used for that one there wasn't used for summer camps. That was used for like retreats and stuff like that. They would rent out the camp for the retreats. And so there was one chef that worked that kitchen. And he lived on the camp. But the bottom one was the big kitchen, and that was, you know, that was the one where they had ruined the flat top, pinging it with the spatulas and stuff. So, needless to say, that catering company was no longer used after that.
Huh, I can imagine. Man, they must have been, like you say, hammering on that grill because those things are tough.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's a cast iron flat top. I mean,
I like those Blackstones. Blackstone grills, I like those.
oh, I know, those are nice.
Yeah,
I
like
have yeah, they getting pretty expensive for some reason. I don't know why, but the price done jumped up. I used to get one, be able to get one. I never got one, but I used to be able to get one.
Yeah.
So I wanted one 2 years ago for like $200.
Yep.
And a nice one, a 36-inch grill.
Mm-hmm.
And now I think they're running close to like $400.
Oh yeah.
Man,
Yeah, they've been extremely popular.
I've got one of those gas.
Because they're so popular or so portable.
Yeah, I've got one of those gas barbecue grills, you know, barbecue pit, and it's got 3 or 4 burners in it. It doesn't matter if it's 3 or 4 because I can build one. I can get the metal broke and all that with the V-crimp in the front of it for the grease tray, or I can put angle iron on it. But I can get all that broke, and all I got to do is weld it. You know, weld the 2 back seams and all that, and then just add a grease pot on the end of it, on the side of it, and I could throw that flat top on my barbecue grill.
Yeah, I need to get a new gas grill.
I love a Blackstone though, man. You can cook some awesome breakfasts on that.
Oh yeah.
You keep
You
that
can do it
one
all on
side,
one
that
side.
end burner, keep that
Yeah,
down
you-
on low or off,
Yeah,
and
eggs
you
on
gotta,
one side, flapjacks on the other side.
yeah, oh yeah,
Sausage or bacon in between. I mean, just the whole. You can do the whole digs right there. You don't have to. I mean, like me and my 12-inch cast iron skillet. You know, I gotta cook my bacon first, and then I fry my potatoes in the bacon grease, and then I cook my eggs at the end. You know.
oh yeah. Now if I had the hash browns like Waffle House gets, if I
Yeah.
could find me a bag of those, just the same ones that Waffle House uses, because I love Waffle House's hash browns, scattered,
Yeah.
smothered, and chunked.
Yeah.
You know, the cheese, the onions, and the ham.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I can
You
make
know what I like?
my
I
whole
like
breakfast out of that.
I like their Tuttle House eggs. Those fluffy eggs that they make, real fluffy eggs. You know how they do
Oh,
that, right? They
oh
break the
yeah,
eggs
with that
and they scrub it up.
milkshake
Yeah, I
blender.
bought one. I bought a milkshake blender just so I can make my eggs like that.
Oh, look at the kitties.
Panda kitties.
Man, that one, the way his mouth is colored black, he looks like a almost like a ground mullet.
Momo.
Wait.
Momo.
I like the ears on that one.
What, the way they're flattened out?
Yeah, you don't see that very often.
I'll be right back.
Actually, he had is what they call cauliflower ear. They shake it too much, and it causes it to swell up.
Yeah,
like the size of a golf ball.
Like a boxer.
Yeah, big old. I mean, it looked like he had a golf ball in his ear, and then once it drained, I'd take him to the vet and try to keep it drained and all like that.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't do it, so I just let it go. He said, doctor said it'll eventually drain. And when it drained, it shriveled his ear up like that. And this other one got it a little bit, but it didn't shrivel up like the other one. So that's what caused his ears to be flat like that.
Yeah, there's actually a few different breeds of cats that have that type of ear naturally.
Yeah.
Oh, panda kitties.
Momo, they're looking at you. They're looking at you, Momo.
You ought to, hey, Big T, you ought to look up what they call a Dobby cat.
A Dobby cat?
A Dobby cat. Yeah. In fact, let me look it up. I'll show you real quick.
This is Smokey. This is Bo. This is the one that's got had the blood clot in his rear end, causing him to walk funny. And then this is Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Who are you talking to, Steve? Lambo. Oh, yeah, those weird cats like that? Yes.
I think they're the cutest damn thing in the world. I mean, I adore them.
The ones that I like are the ones that's got them little bitty short, stubby legs. That new breed that's got the little short stubbies.
Oh, my Lord. I never seen that. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, look up short-legged cats.
Punchkin cat.
Yeah, instead of having real long legs, their legs are like only about this long in the front. Some of them are all the way around, but then you got some of them that the back end stands up like this, and the front legs are nubs, so they look like a race car, jacked up race car.
Cats are just toys for dogs.
Yeah, I got all three of them up there now. You see that?
There you go, Big T.
I know.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
It looks like a damn rabbit.
Munchkin cats are cute as hell.
Oh my gosh,
The
no.
kittens are
My-
really cute though. The kittens with them little bitty short stubby legs,
hmm
they are cute as hell.
My Chihuahua, I wish he would learn, but he hasn't learned yet. My feral cat that used to belong to my dad. This was 10 years ago, and I still have her. She's over in her bed right now, sleeping. He cornered her one time, and she opened him up above his left shoulder, and he wouldn't let me near him. Nothing. I had to have surgery done on him. They had to cut open a 3.5-inch incision to put everything back together, and then cut out all the bad area and stitch it all back up. And his hair is just barely starting to grow back now.
Yeah. Now when we moved from California back down to Florida back in '76, I think it was, we had a Saint Bernard. Now she thought she was the toughest thing around.
Mm-hmm.
And Saint Bernards, if you train them right, they can be a hell of a watchdog.
Mm-hmm.
And Tiny hated cats. And she started after a cat one day, and that cat smacked her across the nose and opened her nose up. Needless to say, she did not go after a cat again.
No,
That
not this Chihuahua. He's a pain in my butt. If she gets down on the floor and he catches her, he'll chase her around. Now she's fast though, but he'll chase her around. So she kind of lives up here on the table, and I got an old sewing machine over there I've covered up.
Yeah. Welcome back, Red.
And I put a bed on it for her. I don't know if you can see it from here. Let me see. Yeah, you can see it.
Oh,
There
I
she is.
see
Right
it.
there. Yeah. Well, that's her spot right there. And
Yeah.
this little turkey down here. Let me see if he'll let me pick him up. Come here, you. Come here. Come on. And this little turkey right here just will not leave her alone.
Yeah. That's one thing. Chihuahuas think they've got the attitude of a Great Dane.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
They got the heart, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I've been watching some of that, on TikTok. They have a lot of the animal videos like they do on YouTube. And you'll see these people, they'll flip off the dog, and the dog will start every time they flip it off. Those fucking Chihuahuas, they can get attitudes.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh. Hey, when
had
somebody knocks on my door, I don't have to hear it. My little long-haired Chihuahua, she'll let me know.
And
Yeah,
teeth like a piranha.
You can't see it now, but he had a incision from here to here. They
When
had
a
all
cat tore him open?
Well, no, she opened him up, and he only had a hole about the size of my finger. But they had to put an incision that big to put everything, fix everything, and then cut back the bad skin
Yeah.
that she tore up and suture it back together. And he had the sutures in for about a week, and then he tore the sutures out.
Yeah.
But luckily he was healed up by then. So
You're lucky to have them in a week.
yeah. Yeah, and that was with a cone on. He got it off. He got him out.
Damn.
Yeah,
All these cats are old.
He's a little tyrant. Oh, she's old. She was she's got to be 11 or 12 years old now. But boy, she still gets around.
These two right here, Bo and Smokey, they're brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Bo.
My Smokey ran away. I had a Russian blue. Russian blue. And I always leave the back door open so Gizmo can go in and out. And Smokey went out the back door, and I seen him on the side of the house a few times, but he's never come back. So
Momo, right here. Momo, hey, I'm trying to get you to look at the camera. Look at the camera. And he's him and him, Bobo, right here. Right here, Bobo. They're brothers. And they're about, I'd say about 12 years old. And then Buffy back here, Buffy, she's about 13. That's Mama T's cat. Buffy's Mama T's. Well, actually, it started out, Bo and Smokey's supposed to be mine. Buffy's supposed to be Mama T's. But the way it's turned out now, Smokey has become Mama T's cat, and Buffy's become my cat.
Hmm. I can't get over that. I can't get over that little black spot underneath right there.
Oh, it's a little gray goatee?
Well, it's a black spot on one of them, right under below the bottom lip down here.
Smokey has a gray goatee. He has a
Okay,
little gray goatee.
all right. It reminds me of a ground mullet.
Okay.
Looks like a ground mullet with that. You know what a ground mullet is?
Yeah. No, he's that's his little gray goatee. But he's named, I mean, my animals, I've always, especially cat, most of them, Mama T has, over the years have named, and they've been named after people in movies or TV shows and all like that. But, you know, Smokey was, the name just fitting. Okay, it's just something, I call him Smokey Joe or Momo. And then Bo, Mama T named him after Bo Brady off of Days of Our Lives, off of the soap opera. And then Buffy is named Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah. Well, then you got Smokey. That would be kind of Smokey and the Bandit.
No, he reminds me more of a jazz player. He's so laid back.
Oh, okay.
That's why I call him Smokey Joe.
Hmm.
But I
Oh, okay.
rescued Smokey and Bo. When I first met Mama T, I had a cat named Freckles. And that was the one that I was on TV for to get this tattoo right here.
Right.
Okay. When she died, I got Patch. Because he had a patch over one eye, and we named him Patch or Pachisi. I called him Pachisimo. But once he passed away, you know, he only lived to be about 1.5 years old because he developed some kind of kidney disease, and you know, it was just there was no helping him. But Mama T seen this ad in the paper that for somebody that was getting rid of kittens. So we go over there and look. And I think I was only originally supposed to end up with Bo. But this guy had a whole wall, had like 16 different size clear tubs with snakes in all of them. Okay, well, he had this litter of kittens that Bo and Smokey were in. He had a litter in his bedroom that had just been born the night before. He had adult cats walking all over the place. He had a litter of kittens outside also. So I think what he was doing was breeding cats and feeding his snakes and kittens.
wow.
So instead of leaving with just Bo, I ended up leaving with Bo and Smokey. And if I could have, I would have left with more than that. But Mama T will only let me take 2. So
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get any more cats. I think Trixie's my last cat. Because I want to get out on the road, and it's so difficult to travel with a cat and a cat box, and you know, all that stuff, and
yeah,
and they frighten real easy, you know, so or spook really easy, so
well,
always
I'll tell you
worried,
what, a cat that won't frighten as easy is if you get a cat that's solid white with blue eyes.
Hmm.
99% of the time, they're deaf. So when you put them in a car, when that car starts up, the vibration doesn't bother them.
Yeah.
I had one long before I had freckles. Long time ago. That when she was a kitten, she solid white, blue eyes. She was deaf as can be. You could
Yeah.
holler at that cat and whatever, it would never hear you. Now, if you opened food, she could smell that food as soon as you opened it.
Yeah.
But put her in a car, she would lay across the dash, and you could drive all over. She'd lay across the dash or driving in the car. It did not bother her.
Yeah, and I gotta especially be careful because I've got my diesel's not exactly quiet.
Yeah.
It's an old 7.3 Power Stroke, so it.
Oh yeah, that's a loud bat.
Rattles and shakes and everything else.
Yeah.
Gizmo loves it, man. He gets in the front seat and he just chills there the whole time.
Yeah. Mama T said once these 3 cats are gone, we may not get another cat, but I've been a cat person for, oh God, I don't know how many years now.
Oh, I have too, all my life.
Let's
I've always
see.
had a cat. I mean,
Freckles.
there was about a 4 or 5 year stint where I didn't have any animals, and then I met my wife. At the time, she had 2 Abyssinians. So when we moved in together, they came with us, and then, I was on deployment, and she got Smokey, and Dad got Trixie, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, these, I mean, put it this way: that cat, the first cat that I had when I got tattooed on me, was so special. I mean, I got her tattooed on me. I even have her original picture that the tattoo was originally done off of.
Mm-hmm.
I still carry in my wallet.
Nice. Oh.
Catch you later, guys.
So,
Take
all right,
care.
take it easy, nerd.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I still carry her picture, even though I've got her tattooed over my heart. I've got her remains up here. I had her cremated. I got her remains up here on my desk.
Mm-hmm.
And when Patch passed away, we had him cremated, and I got his remains up here also. And when something happens to these, they will be cremated also, and they'll be up there also.
Yeah.
But I got Freckles in '92. She passed away in '03, and then I got the tattoo in '04.
Nice.
But she was 13. No, she was 13. What year did I get her? Got her in '91, and she passed away in '03. That's right. She was 12. Got her in '01. She passed away in '03, and then I got the tattoo in '04. But I mean, she went everywhere with me. I got her in Memphis. She went to. There was a couple places in Memphis, a couple places in Florida. Then when I met Mama T, she went with me to when I moved in with Mama T. Mama T was a dog person, and I told her, I said, I'm not a cat person. I said, well, it's both of us or neither one of us. I'm a package deal.
Yeah.
My cat comes with me. And at first, that Freckles hated Mama T.
Mm-hmm.
She did not. She had a thing against women.
Yeah.
Because the wife I was with when I got her didn't like, didn't really like that I got Freckles. So she went in the hospital. While she was in the hospital, I got the cat. I got Freckles when she was a kitten. Because one of the women she worked with, her cat, she had a Steel Point Siamese, or had a Persian, and that mated with a Steel Point Siamese. So Freckles was half Siamese, half Persian.
I remember growing up, Mom had a Persian and 2 Siamese, and none of them liked me.
Yeah,
except for there was, I don't remember what the Persian's name was, but the Siamese was Ming and Yin. And Ming tolerated me, but Yin wanted to have nothing to do with me. Nothing.
Oh.
And yeah, I mean, they were two. They were from the same litter, but they were two completely polar opposite cats.
Yeah.
The only
Now,
thing they
Freck-
shared was the fact that they were litter mates and they were Siamese. That was the only thing they shared. Their attitudes were two completely different attitudes.
Yeah, Freckles got her name because she was gray and white, but on the end of her nose she had one little bitty small black dot that looked like a freckle.
Yeah.
Hence, she got the name Freckles.
Mhm.
And she was just, I mean, I swear, she was like a dog, though.
Yeah.
And when she heard my car pull up into the onto the road and fixing to pull in the driveway, she was sitting on the back of the couch, waiting right by the door for me to walk in the door, and she would follow me like a dog until I sat down, and then she'd hop up in my lap. And if I told her no, she wouldn't mess with something.
Yeah.
I had a friend of mine, his sister had a Siamese cat. And that's when I found out Siamese cats are particular to their owner.
Yep.
Their owner. His mom and dad, you know, her mom and dad, and all, no, they couldn't pet the cat. The cat would tolerate the parents, but like for feeding, you know, they could feed the cat. But no, that cat would not want to be petted by anybody but my buddy's sister. That was, you know, he was a one owner cat. And I didn't know that about Siamese until then.
Well, the Trixie, the one I showed you in the bed, she would only go to my dad. And my wife held her once, but I was never able to touch her, pet her. If I got near her, she would hiss at me, the whole 9 yards. And then when Smokey ran away, within a month, she started coming to me. And now she'll come over here and I can pet her and I can hold her and, you know, all that stuff.
I sleep in the recliner because ever since we got back from Florida, my legs haven't been right. And since I've gotten this size, I even tried sleeping on something normal than, you know, I tried laying down the other night on the couch because my legs couldn't get comfortable. And I can't lay on my side anymore. I can only lay on my back to sleep. And but when I lay back in the recliner, I usually have Bo right here, Buffy hanging over this way, and then Smokey over here under my arm. That's, you know how hard it is to sleep when you got 3 cats laying on top of you? I'm like, Jesus criminy. And then sometimes Buffy will get right here, right across my neck, because Bo will be up too high. So she'll lay right here across my neck, and it's like, I need to move, you know. Oh, Lord help me if I had to get up and pee in the middle of the night, trying to get the 2 cats off of me so I could get up to go pee. Like, move. And they're like, no.
Well, Gizmo used to be a bed dog. And when I cleaned out the master bedroom and got rid of my wife and I's old bed and got rid of all that stuff, and I got the new bed and stuff, and I've got a bed for him on the floor in there, and he's been fine. He hasn't, you know, wanted to be up in the bed or anything. So it has been great for me because, you know, normally, you know, he would get right up next to me, and so I'd always have to be careful about moving around and stuff like that. But you know, now he doesn't do it. What?
Well, when I used to sleep in the bed, Bo would curl up next to me like a teddy bear. I'd be on my side, and he'd be curled up right here in my arm. I'd be sleeping like this, and he's curled up right here. And if I switch sides, he'd come up around my head and then curl up in between my arm on the other side. And that's the way he'd sleep at night. And now that I'm sleeping in the recliner, he lays on my chest. Oh, Lord, don't stop petting him until he's ready to calm down. Because as soon as you stop petting him, he starts walking back and forth to your hands, go meow, meow, meow. You know, wanting to be petted until he calms down.
Well, at night I close the door so Gizmo's in the room, and I can always tell because that's Trixie's time to roam the house,
Yeah.
get exercise, get around the house, do whatever she wants. And I can always tell when she's roaming back there by the back rooms because I'll hear his nails traipse across the floor to the door. And sometimes I'll hear him growl, and other times he'll just wander around in there. And that's why I know
Yeah.
Trixie roaming the house. And then in the morning she'll, she knows what time in the morning I get up, and she's, back up here in her bed sleeping.
Well,
Hey,
what
I'll
they're
be
doing-
back. I'll be back after a while, guys.
All righty.
All right.
Okay.
I'll catch y'all. Pluta.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now these three, when I get up in the morning,
TikTok.
what did you say, TikTok? When I get up in the morning, first thing they do is, now it's only supposed to be Bo getting the wet food because
Mhm.
he had a problem with digesting a couple of years ago,
Mhm.
and after about 3 different vet visits and a couple $100 later, I was finally able to get him. He gets crystals every so often, and he can't
Mhm.
use the bathroom.
Right.
So he has to eat moist food. For a while, that's all he was allowed to eat was moist food. Well, little by little, every once in a while, I'd treat the other ones. Hey, what's up, Indiana Tones? Every once in a while, as a treat to the other cats, they started getting wet food every once in a while. Now, all of them think that they have to have wet food in the morning. So when I run in here, and I used to just feed Bo up on the table with me.
Yeah.
Well, now Bo and Buffy jump up here, and Smokey sits down there and slaps me on the leg until I put his bowl down there in front of him.
Wow.
I mean, I got 3 cats in here going meow, 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 meow. It's like, Jesus.
You know what made a big difference between the cats and the dog was, and you're gonna think this is funny, but was when I started giving them bottled water. I would go buy me, 4 or 5 cases of water at the store,
Yeah.
and I started giving them, a couple bottles of water in their dish or whatnot, and it's actually made a big difference, attitude wise for them and everything else.
Now, Buffy, at night before she goes to bed, she goes in there to
Mhm.
Mama T,
Yeah.
and she has to have a glass of ice water before she goes to bed at night.
Wow.
I mean, literally, goes in there. Mama T has to pour her some water out of her glass of ice water,
Yeah.
and she has to have cold water at night before she goes to sleep.
Wow.
And so I took I have a styrofoam cup because I keep styrofoam cups because Mama T likes it. They keep ice longer.
Yeah.
So I got one of them cut down to about that tall. So Mama T will fill it. She'll go in there. She'll drink what she wants in the cold water, and then she comes in there and hops up on the recliner with me.
Funny.
And the only reason she stays around me now is because the 2 boys, they don't get along normally.
Yeah.
But ever since Bo's been sick, Buffy's been staying right by Bo's side.
Yeah.
If he's up here, she's up here beside him. He's up there on my chest when I'm laying down, she's up there beside him. And they don't get along. But since he's been sick, since he's had the blood clot, and we think a possible small stroke,
Yeah.
the doctor said he's got an abnormal heartbeat now, and he explained it. The bloodline that comes down it helps him with their moving in the back.
Yeah.
Why is like this, and he said the blood clot's right here, and that's why he
Mhm.
doesn't walk that good right now.
Yeah.
But he's on Plavix, which is the same thing that humans take when they've had a stroke to keep them from getting blood clots.
It's a blood thinner.
Yeah, so he's on that also.
Hmm.
How you doing tonight, Indiana? But Smokey's just just a big old lap baby. He'll get there. Mama T's not noticing him. He'll get up there and he'll start slapping her in the face. He'll reach up there and smack her in the face and put his hand down and look at her. And he'll reach up and smack her again until she notices him.
Oh,
And she's like, what do you want?
Trixie's gotten to the point where she'll come over to me, and if I don't pay attention to her, she knows, you know, I'm usually on the computer doing something. So she'll walk across the computer, across the keyboard to mess up whatever it is I'm doing.
Buffy does the same thing to me. That's why you'll hear me sometimes like, no, Buffy, get back, Buffy. Because she's trying to get over here on the keyboard in front of me, or just to get in front of me. Now, Freckles was the same way. If I sat down at the computer, she was up there on top of the keyboard because she wanted me to acknowledge her.
Yeah.
And if I'd start petting her, she'd lay down off of the keyboard where I could still, as long as I was touching her, she was okay. I stopped touching her, she was on top of the keyboard. She was a smart cat.
Yeah.
She actually didn't start liking Mama T until she came down with her last year of her life when she had cancer.
Yeah.
And I didn't know we didn't know what it was at first. We just thought it was a lump. And it got like this size.
Yeah.
In her. And I took her to the, supposed to be a non-profit organization down in North Palm Beach. And they told me, basically told me, oh, for so much money, we'll do surgery. It's supposed to be a non-profit organization for help people that don't have the money.
Right, right.
And they said, well, you ain't got the money up front, And they sent me home Thanksgiving weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And the doctor told me, well, she might start oozing a little bit. Dude, she didn't ooze. She busted open, and I've got a big thumb. I could get that much of my thumb inside of her body.
Wow. Wow.
Where it popped open. And I called him after that weekend. It's like, listen, I said, something needs to be done. Well, we need it. I said, no, you can't just do that. I said, I figure my bills out by, payments and all like that. I said, I'll do payments. I said, I said, I don't want to have to put her down. I was like, well, we can do that for you. I said, I don't want to put her down.
Right.
Well, you said if you couldn't do the surgery, you'd have to put it. I was like, no, because I don't want to have to put her down. Well, okay, we'll do it by payments. It's going to be so much, and bring her in. We'll do the surgery.
Right.
And by then, it was already too late. I took her in, and now where I lived in Port St. Lucie.
Yeah.
And I worked in West Palm Beach or North Palm. They closed at 5. I've got an hour drive to be back home. And it'll be over an hour drive back. And in rush hour traffic, it's a little bit longer.
Right.
Okay. So they said, we'll have somebody stay here. So I got off work at 3:30. So they closed at 5. Drove all the way back. Put her in. I mean, that weekend I had to keep her wrapped up. I took an old sheet, had to keep her wrapped up because she kept trying to clean it and eat that section right there that was open.
Yeah.
And took her back down and said, we'll do the surgery tomorrow. Like, okay. That was on Tuesday. I called him Tuesday afternoon. I said, how is she doing? She came to the surgery fine. She's coming out of the anesthesia. Gonna be no problem. You can pick her up tomorrow. Well, my daughter had an appointment the next morning, so I figured, okay, I'll take her to her doctor's appointment, then I'll go pick up my cat.
Right.
I'm getting out of the doctor's appointment. I say, yeah, this is Mr. Maddox. I said, can I come pick up my cat? The doctor said, which one's your cat? I said, Freckles. He's like, oh, she died about 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Wow.
I'm like, what? Yeah, she passed away about 5 or 10 minutes. I said, nobody called me?
Wow.
Well, I was like, what happened? Well, she never came out of her anesthesia. I said, that's not what I was told yesterday. I was told yesterday she was doing good. She was coming out of the anesthesia fine. I was like, well, she never completely came out and She passed away, 5-10 minutes ago.
Wow.
So when they cremated her and I got her back, they never got 1 cent from me. I'm not going to pay them. They're sitting there telling me, "Oh yeah, she's coming out." And the next day, she's dead.
It's
Like nonchalantly, like it was like, "Well, I'm sorry to tell you, your cat's not doing that good. She passed." No, just she died 5-10 minutes ago.
Wow. I was like, I took my when my parents, when my parents passed, my wife and I still had their dog, their dachshund.
Yeah.
And that dachshund was probably 16 years old.
Yeah.
And I had to take her to the vet. This is after my wife died, so it was just me.
Yeah.
And I had to take her to the vet. And I'll be honest with you, I don't remember why I took her to the vet now. But the vet came to me and told me, she showed me the x-rays and said she needs to have surgery right away. And I was like, why? What's going on? And she showed me the x-rays and her bladder was full of bladder stones.
Yeah.
It's going to be $1,800 to do the surgery. And I'm like, $1,800? I got a 16-year-old dog? I mean, really? So I said, well, let me think about it. Let me take her home for now. So I brought her home. Oh, I know why I took her in. Because for a number of years, she had this hacking thing going on. And it was only once in a while. And Sharon, my wife at the time, she had taken her over to Banfield a few times to get checked out, and they didn't know what it was because she wouldn't do it. So, but then all of a sudden she started getting real bad. She was hacking a lot. So I took her to the vet to get that checked out. And they said it's probably a lung infection. I was like, well, that's funny because this has been going on for a few years now.
Yeah.
But whatever you guys are the vet, not me. So, I paid them the $400 it cost me for the medicine and the vet visit and all that stuff there. And I brought her home and I proceeded to start giving her this antibiotic and non-cough medicine and stuff like that. And that was on Friday or Saturday, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I woke up early Monday morning because I kept hearing this whining. I woke up at like 2:30 or 3 in the morning, and it was her. She was whining I couldn't figure out why she was whining. Well, the vet didn't open up till 8. So I said, well, I'll stay up with her, and then come 8 o'clock, I'll rush her over there. And I wasn't sure what was going on, but I wanted to find out. Well, by 5 a.m., she had yelped real loud and passed out and died.
Wow.
And I was like, holy shit. Well, mind you, actually, it was on a Friday when I took her in and they gave her the medicine, because on Saturday, they called me and said, yeah, we're calling on Sassy. And I was like, okay, are you checking up on her? No, we wanted to discuss with you the surgery. And I was like, I told you I will think about it. I said, but, we're looking at 18. Oh, no, it's going to be like $2,300. What the fuck happened to that's a $500 jump. What happened to $1,800? Oh, I don't know who told you that. And I told him who told me that. Oh, yeah, it's like $2,300. I was like, fuck. So I was like, well, it's Saturday. I'm still trying to get her over this thing. Let me, I got to get back to you. So then Monday morning, she dies at like 5. I had an appointment that morning with Social Security at 8 or at 9. So what my plan was is to rush her over there at 8, make it back to the house. That way I could have the court call me at 9. and I'd be okay.
Yeah.
So I called the vet at 8 o'clock in the morning and I said, yeah, this ridiculous surgery you guys are talking about. And they're like, yeah. I was like, well, it doesn't matter. She died 3 hours ago. Oh.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll be honest with you. I'm not 100% positive we even know that you guys even gave me, because this went from bad to fucking horrible in essentially 2 days. And I don't know if the medicine you gave her caused it or what, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. So here I am with my poor dead dog behind me at 9 o'clock when the court calls me. And not that it wasn't already a bad enough day, then the judge was having technical problems with the computer, and they would have to reschedule my XSI hearing.
Yeah.
Which ended up taking 4 more months for a reschedule. So I had her, I called up Rainbow to Heaven. They cremate dogs, and they came and got her. That was a whole nother fiasco. When I had Missy cremated, it was an in and out thing. They came and picked her up, and within 3 weeks I had her back. And that's this little house right here that's on my microwave.
Yeah.
That's my other Chihuahua, Missy. So well, hell, I must have called Rainbow to Heaven 5 times. I didn't get her back until almost February.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 months. They weren't calling me or nothing. I would have to keep calling them. I wanted a house like this one with a different color. Oh, well, when I first talked to them about it, oh, yeah, that was all great and fine and everything. And then I called them back. Oh, we're having problems getting it. I'm going, okay. So like, so, well, are you going to look into it further, or should I make a different decision? Yeah, we better make a different decision. So he texted me a bunch of pictures of different urns. And so I picked another one. And I texted the lady back. You know, this is the one I want, and all that. Then like 5 weeks later, well, where the fuck is Sassy at? So I texted this lady. I was like, hey, what's going on with my dog, man? Oh, which one's your dog? Oh, fuck. Really? Well, it's Sassy. It's the Dachshund from back December 1st. Oh, let me get back to you. So like an hour later, she gets back to me. Oh, we're working on her. We're working on everything right now. We'll get her in the mail right away. I was like, please. So then like a week later, she showed up.
Yeah. Now, 2 years ago, we had this cat right here. See the big orange one?
Yeah, look at that tabby.
Huh?
A tabby, isn't it? Not a tabby.
Yeah, big old orange tabby cat.
Yeah, tabby. Yeah.
Now you see how much bigger he is than the mother two.
Oh yeah. He's a big old Morris cat.
Now he had what made me take him to the vet was he had well, before I took him to the vet, he had a seizure or two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he had the first one was I was sitting there in the living room one night, and he was laying on the couch, and all of a sudden he falls on the couch, and he's just flopping all over the place.
Yeah.
Like a chicken that you sprung its neck and just threw it on the ground. He's flopping all over the place. I got him settled down, and he'd stop. And I held him for a little while, just making sure he was okay. And then he did it again.
Did it take him like 2 days to recover?
Kind of, sort of. He was still sluggish for a few days.
Yeah, how fast he was when she had one of her seizures.
Then he started to have another one night. He was laying on the bed, and he started to do it again, and he fell off the bed onto the floor, and it snapped him out of it.
Yeah.
But then a little while later, quite a few weeks later, he's just walking to the house, and he'd sit down and just start meowing at the top of his lung.
Yeah.
And felt his stomach because he was a big cat. He was about a 20-pound cat as it was. He was
Yeah.
huge, but he was a tall, long cat. So he was still like 20 pounds. And I was feeling his stomach, and his stomach was, instead of the regular hanging, drooping, fat stomach, it was round and hard. Well, I took him into the vet, and the vet said, well, let me take him back there and do some x-rays.
Yeah.
Well, she comes back in there with this big old fat syringe about this friggin' long, the tube on it, about that big around, and it was full of this yellowish stuff. She said, I just put that into his stomach, and that's just some of what I drew out.
Wow.
I was like, oh, Jesus. She's like, she said, he's got cancer real bad. She said, hold on, let me take you back there and show you. So she takes me back there where she x-rayed him. She said, now she put a picture up there of a regular cat. She said, this is when you take an x-ray of a regular cat, you can see all of his bones and his insides and all like that from the x-ray.
Right.
She did show me the x-ray of him. You couldn't see nothing.
Wow.
Nothing but this dark fluid in him. Couldn't see no bones, no stomachs, no nothing.
Wow.
It was just all fluid. She's like, takes me back in there. She's like, she said, he's got cancer real bad. This is all the buildup from the cancer. She said, now we can drain him and give you some medication. She's like, but within a month's time, you'll be back here again, and he'll be in the same position.
Yeah.
He's not going to get any better. He's just going to go continuously worse. She said, the only thing I can suggest is to keep him from suffering is, we'll, put him to rest for you.
Yeah.
And I called Mama T then and told her what was going on, which it floored her too. And that was our daughter's cat.
Right.
Since he grew up with these cats, even when she moved out, we was like, you're not taking him because he's used to these, he grew up with these other cats.
Right.
And he was a big baby. He was probably like 10 years old, 10, 11 years old.
Right.
Yeah. Well, no, he's probably about 9, 10 years old at that point. He'd be around 11, around 11 now. But I had to have him put to sleep, and that was, I hated having to do that. And then that ended up being like $600 and something between the doctor's visit, and they sent him off to be cremated and all like that. They didn't do that on site. So I mean, he was nothing but a big baby.
Yep.
I mean,
Bandit he was a 23-pound Maine Coon.
Yeah. I've got this one video of him. Let me see if I can find it here. I gotta find it.
I'll be right back.
That is hilarious as hell of him. Where's it at? Until he gets back, and I'll let him hear it. So, G, what have you been doing lately?
Not much anything.
Besides playing a game on your tablet.
You guys are talking about damn cats and stuff.
Well, 710, yes, you did. You want a swift kick in the butt.
Had a eye doctor appointment this past week. Everything's good.
You still blind in one eye and can't see out the other?
Pretty much.
Okay.
But it hasn't gotten any worse.
Okay.
So
So you're still only partially as blind as a bat.
Correct.
Okay.
That's about it, man.
Yeah, I got pain management doctor tomorrow. Then Tuesday I got to see not podiatry, it is what's the doctors that work on bones and different stuff and all like that?
The
Orthopedic.
oh yeah,
I got to see orthopedics because I've got bad trigger fingers,
yep.
and it's progressively getting worse, especially on my right hand. It's progressively getting worse. I mean, to the point to where it hurts when it pops.
Oh yeah, yep. That's the first time mine did that. I went and got a shot, which felt like the needle's about this long, and they put it like up through your, ligament channel.
Yeah.
That didn't feel real good. But like I said, I just started working on it myself and got a brace to wear.
Yeah.
Mine's progressively gotten better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I actually go to the podiatrist on Monday.
Yeah. Oh, where did it go? I just had it. Now listen to this, Brian.
Hmm.
You hear that?
What is that? Somebody snoring?
That's that cat snoring.
Oh, Jesus.
I took a video. He was sitting there laying right next to me on something before we bought this house. When we were still in the cottage.
Mm-hmm.
And he was laying there. I had a big old tote next to me, and he was laying on top of it. And he just started, I was like, the hell? He started snoring, so I just put the camera down there, videotaped him while he was snoring.
That's funny.
Yeah. He snored like a freight. He snored almost as bad as Mama T. He's not listening to me, so I ain't worried about it.
Oh, my wife was a snorer something fierce before she got her CPAP machine. Man, she would wake me up from a dead sleep.
Yeah.
It was either her snoring that would wake me up or the lack there of breathing that would wake me up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see,
And then she got her machine and she had the nerve to tell me that I snored and I quit breathing. I was like, oh, shit.
Well, see, I'm supposed to have a CPAP, but they took it. My insurance, if you don't, up here in Pennsylvania, the insurance, if you don't wear it so much every night, you have to wear it at least 4 hours a night, at least 27 days out of the month.
Yeah, in compliance.
And if not, they take it away from you. Now, I was wearing that thing every night.
Mm-hmm.
And they still said that I wasn't wearing it enough. And I'm like, dude, what? They were telling me I was wearing it only an hour and a half a night, but I put it on when I go to bed, and I take it off when some time or two in the middle of the night, I've taken it off and don't remember taking it off because I'd find it with my hand holding it on my chest or pushed up here. Don't remember doing it. But most nights, I wore it with no problem.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, it was always leaking. I said, it wasn't leaking. I said, because I had a hard time. And then they increased the pressure on it before they took it away. They increased the pressure. And I'm like, I can't breathe like that because my ears kept popping. Like when you're going through the mountains up and down, and your ears keep popping. They had so much air going in, my ears kept popping.
What was your pressure?
They had moved it from 5 to 10.
Wow.
Mine's 21.
Damn.
I don't even know what mine is.
And
I
actually,
wear mine religiously though.
yeah, I do too.
'Cause
I
I'll
almost
tell you,
do.
before I was wearing it, you know, I would go to test drive a car, and I would go up the freeway, and then I would get off, and I would have to wait there at a stoplight to make a left turn to turn around and get back on the freeway. Well, I pulled up that stoplight, and I would literally just fall asleep right there at the stoplight. Oh,
I would literally fall asleep at my desk at work.
yeah.
I would all of a sudden I'd be like,
Yep.
Well, see,
And
my
then when
problem was
started
I
using
could
that,
get
I
a
was
good
fine.
night's sleep, and we'd go to take Mama T somewhere to the doctor. I'd be sitting there, we'd be talking. Next thing you know, I'd be,
yeah, but see, I never felt like I wasn't getting enough sleep.
No,
Me
I didn't
either.
either.
But I would just in the middle of the day, like I said, I just all of a sudden I'd be like, and I would all of a sudden I'd just be waking up.
Yeah.
I've sat here plenty of times watching videos, and the next thing I know is like,
Yep.
the video
There was a
stopped,
couple-
and it's like, okay.
There was a couple times where, you know, I'd be at that stoplight, and I would wake up feeling the car rolling forward.
Oh,
And I'd be like, I got to do something about this. This is ridiculous. And I didn't know what it was. But my wife had mentioned that I was snoring real bad.
yeah.
And I was stopping breathing at times. So I went to the VA, and they gave me one of those deals that you wear overnight.
Yeah.
And I wore it, and they took it back, and they said, "Oh yeah, you're having all kinds of fucking I don't remember what they call it."
Apneas.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother ended up on a CPAP. He's 2 years older than me, and we actually went on a golf trip.
Yeah.
And we rented a house, and my bedroom was right next to his. And he told me, he said, I could hear you all night long.
Yeah. Well, they told me I had one of them same things too, Brian. I brought it, they brought it to me, and I wore it overnight here at the house.
Yeah.
They told me that my breathing, I stopped 12 times an hour, but they said my oxygen was dropping down to, like 70 something for a couple hours at a time.
Right.
Which that they didn't like the sound of the my breathing. My O2s were dropping down into the 70s while I was sleeping.
Yeah.
They didn't like that. So, but the last, and they took Mama T's away too. Mama T was wearing hers not only at night, but when she take a nap during the day. And they still said she wasn't wearing it enough.
Yeah,
That's nuts.
They said she was only wearing it 3 to 3.5 hours. And that was kind of funny considering she was wearing it, 3 or 4 hours at night and then 2 or 3 hours during the day.
Yeah.
She was getting 5 to 6 hours on it, but yet they said she wasn't wearing it but 3 to 3.5 hours. I don't think the modems in them was recording everything right.
That could be too.
I just had I told my doctor, I said I needed a referral to sleep therapy for dental work. Because I'm supposed to go in October to the VA for dental work. And I'll be damned if I want to be asleep for that nightmare or awake for that nightmare. Well, she misinterpreted what I said and thought I wanted to talk to sleep therapy. So she put in a referral to sleep therapy, and they called me. And I said, no. I was like, no, it's not you guys I'm supposed to talk to. And I explained to him what was going on, and he said, oh, okay. And I said, hey, by the way, I heard there's a recall on the Dream Station. He says, yes, there is. And I was like, well, I have the Dream Station. Can you look it up and see if I'm, my machine's under recall? And lo and behold, it's under recall. So they're sending me a new CPAP machine, and I got to send this one back when it comes in.
Yeah. Well, I remember when Mama T's first CPAP she had down there in Florida, that thing was noisy as could be.
Yeah, the early
But now
ones
the
were.
new ones, the little compact new ones now are so quiet.
Yeah, my wife, the first one she got was kind of noisy, and then she was a Kaiser, and they would replace the machine every 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
So a few months before she passed away, she had gotten another machine, and it was quiet as shit. I mean, it was real quiet.
Yeah.
But she was able to use those pillows, those nostril pillows.
Yeah.
That's what I got when I first got the machine. That's what I got, but I couldn't keep my mouth shut. I would start breathing out of my mouth. So they had to give me,
710. You
they had to give me a whole one that covers the nose and the mouth and everything. That's been fun.
Yeah, see, Mama T, the one they gave Mama T was the nose and mouth cover. Yeah, the face mask. The one they gave me was the one with, I guess, what you call the nose pillow, where it covers the mouth, but it's got a hole on each side of the plastic right there to go up, for you to breathe in for your nose.
Yeah.
And that's the type I had.
No, the ones we had, they
Yeah.
didn't have anything that covered the mouth. It just went around your head. They had these two little, real soft deals that would seal up to your nostrils.
Yeah.
Which for my wife was fine because she could keep her mouth shut. But for me, I couldn't keep my mouth shut. So in the middle of the night, I would wake up and all the air would be escaping from my mouth.
Wow.
So I told the VA, and they gave me the whole kind of the nose and mouth face piece.
Yeah. Well, mine just covered my mouth. Mine was similar to hers, Mama T's, but at the nose, it came down, but there was the soft rubber right there had two holes in it to where your nose sat out, so you breathe through that way.
Yeah.
What's up, money, 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 money?
Money.
710 too late. Yeah, I already read it, so I don't know why you pulled it back. And no, I'm not going to use a coffee enema. No, but so I've got, I keep track of my appointments now. We got a portal that I can keep I just sign into my portal. It lets me know tomorrow is pain management. Tuesday is orthopedic for my hands because they said I've got bad carpal tunnel, but mostly I get trigger finger. That finger right there, see, it's already locked. You can see it how it pops up.
Yeah.
And when I wake up in the morning, it's so bad it takes me forever to get it popped open. And this hand does it too, but right now it's not locking. But when I wake up in the morning, it'll be locked.
Right.
And it's just getting to the point to where it's sore now.
Right.
It does it all day long. So I go to orthopedic on Monday for it.
They're going to tell you they can give you a shot or you can get surgery.
Yeah.
But they'll probably start you with a brace.
Well, whatever they want to do for it. I mean, something to. I've even been trying, the pain creams and all like that on it to hopefully try to.
No.
Don't work.
Nope. It's all inside stuff.
Yeah. Well, this is supposed to work down this way in there. This stuff right here.
No, because it's not a pain issue.
Well, I'm having pain with it too. Also, though. So it's too much now.
Yeah, but it's like the inside. It's like this.
I'm trying to go drinking with the sailor. Okay. Sure, it will be fun. Was your gig line straight?
It's like if this is your tendon, this is
Yeah.
your tendon.
Brian, you remember what Navy stands for, right?
Refresh my memory.
Never again volunteer yourself.
Yeah.
You learned that on our P3 days, the first 3
Yeah.
days. That was the first thing they taught us. Never again volunteer yourself.
And so your tendon goes through these little tunnels
Yep.
in your finger. And what happens is that gets inflamed. So the tendon gets stuck.
Yeah. There's 710 down there playing finger through the hole.
Well, I started to do it like this, and I figured
Yeah.
I'd use props instead because I knew 710 would be getting excited.
Yeah.
Why do all we look at is your chest these days, Money?
Well, it's better than was always seeing his crotch shots. Used to be that's all we got was his crotch shots.
Yeah.
Brian, I remember at Basic when they were sitting there trying to get us an RCPO and an RPO.
Yeah.
They asked for the first person. This is after they'd already been drilling into us. Never again volunteer yourself.
Yeah.
Of course, it's like, okay, who wants to be RCPO? And of course, somebody raises their hand and is like, all right, but you're a stupid motherfucker because what did we just teach you? What does Navy stand for?
Right.
Never again volunteer yourself. Then he turned around, okay, we need an RPO. Of course, then somebody else stupid. As soon as he just yelled at somebody for doing it, somebody throws their hand up. He's like, don't y'all learn any goddamn thing?
Yeah, I don't.
We had 2 Filipinos.
Yeah, I never volunteered for anything.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry.
Hey, Tracy. Yeah, both of our Red Ropers were Filipino.
Yep, the Filipino mafia ran deep in the Navy. Well, still does.
Oh yeah, they California. The basic in California. That's what they were. They were all. The 90% of them were Filipino.
Yeah.
Now our sister company had a guy that didn't even. He was a little bit short, squatty guy. You know, real muscular, little. You could tell he was a little lifter. You know, liked to lift a lot, but he was a short little fucker.
Right.
And thought he was Billy Badass. Tried to go through. I can check, Casey. Sometimes it takes a couple weeks when I order them, but I can do a check on it. But what was? Yeah, he thought he wanted to go through SEAL training. He didn't make it through SEAL training. His attitude.
Everybody wants to be a Navy SEAL.
Yeah. But his thing was his attitude was bigger than his height. So he got kicked out of SEAL training. So he became a Red Roper.
Yep.
And you can tell he had that attitude like he actually was a SEAL. Thought he was better than everybody else. Guy was like 5'6" and a little stocky guy. Thought he was 6'1" and Hercules.
Yeah, they tried to rope me into going back doing RDC, and then I realized that all the RDCs got to basically go through boot camp all over. I was like, fuck all that.
Boy, I hated getting dropped out there on the grinder though.
Yeah.
You get up, you're pulling friggin' little pieces of rocks and stuff out of your hands after being dropped out there on the grinder.
Oh, I know. For a good portion of my boot camp, it was winter time, so time on the grinder was not a lot of fun.
Will you open the door for him, please?
Oh, you went great mistakes though, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you went wintertime. I went to San Diego in summertime.
It's
80
summertime.
degrees during the day and 50 degrees at night.
It's always summertime here in San Diego.
I went to Paris Island in the summer, but that was just a week off. So
I did make it up to go to. I ended up at Balboa one time, Balboa Hospital. First,
Yeah.
probably one of my wrists. I actually got to do one marching party and one short tour. Well, the marching party, it was, they had said I was supposed to go into one of them when I went one night. This is your second one. I'm like, no, this is my first. Well, you missed the first one. I was like, when was it? Nobody had ever told me I was supposed to go one night. I had watch one night and I fell asleep. I was in another barracks and we had to, everybody that came in, you had to ID them when they came in, and I guess I fell asleep at post. I had the midnight shift. I think I had from 2 to 4. They made us do it in 2-hour shifts. So you did 2 hours, then you went back and you got the next guy and tapped them and woke them up. 2 hours. But
Well, when I was doing fire watch, you didn't leave your station.
well, we didn't leave. And somebody relieved us, but they gave me like a 2 to 4 shift.
Yeah. There's many times I had a night fire. Well, that's as far as fire watch goes, it's all the time. It wasn't at night.
Yeah.
Basically, you weren't to leave your watch until you were relieved.
Yeah.
So if your guy overslept, guess what? You were stuck on watch until somebody else woke up.
Yeah.
And then you had to go report to the RDC that your relief didn't show up. But yeah, we didn't. Yeah, I said, am I supposed to go make my walk? Nope.
But it just, stuff they do in basic to you. I mean, our company commanders, both of them little Filipinos, we had Pena and Perez. They're both Filipino.
Yeah.
Pena, we had a different name for Pena. We called him Chief Petty Officer Penis because he was a dick. Now Perez was cool. Perez was cool. I mean, we'd be out there cleaning our lids, sitting there, wetting them down, and out there slapping them on that concrete thing.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all want a cook and smoke break? 15-minute cook and smoke break. Go ahead. That's it. 15-minute cook and smoke break. He did that. He was real nice to us one weekend.
Yeah.
He'd been real nice. Undoubtedly, we screwed up somewhere. Somebody screwed something up.
Right.
Because he was nice to us all weekend. As soon as Pena got back, he told Pena. Because Pena was off that weekend. Perez had been nice to us all weekend. Pena got back. First thing we knew, we were out there on the grinder being dropped.
Yeah.
Had us out there marching. All of a sudden, he had to stop, and he dropped us all. Saying our general orders, down and hold. Say a general order. Up, down.
Oh, God, general orders.
Casey Rhodes, everything will be out. I have it out to you on Saturday. Oh, I hated doing the general. Well, then the 12th general order is the company commander is always right.
Mm-hmm.
But then it was also, what's your 12th general order? And you say, the company commander is always right. Wrong. There is no 12th general order, you asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Casey, I'm not trying to be mean, but we usually have when on the on Monday night's auction, we usually like you to pay by Wednesday because Wednesday night is our night to buy. And if we don't have enough all the payments in on Wednesday, we can't get enough stuff to pay. That's our night that we buy for the following week. And if we don't have all the payments in on Wednesday, by Wednesday afternoon, we're not able to get as much stuff or as good as stuff for the following week. We usually like to be paid by Wednesday. I mean, but if there's something that you can't, if you can't do it by then, let us know beforehand. At least give us a heads up.
Oh, they're talking and you're muted, huh?
Yeah, the joke won't be funny now.
Oh, damn it. I appreciate it, Casey. But no, basically with something else in San Diego. Watching some of the Marines over there on the base next door.
Right.
The way they train, I would have hated being a Marine. 4 people to a log that's this big around, 2 on each side, double timing it around the grinder, around the friggin' base.
Yeah.
No way.
Yep, that's like Bud's training.
Yeah. Did you go in for SEAL?
No, I've just I've seen pictures and stuff.
Yeah,
And I've been over at NAB when they're running around with their the whole team carrying their log, running.
Yeah.
Having to run across the street for to the beach side and all that shit.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. I'll talk to you guys
Okie dokie, Brian. You take it easy,
All right,
Bubba.
Brian, take it easy, man.
You guys have a good night.
Hi, Brian.
The money.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, you did, because you're the one I want to talk to. You got to use something different than that.
Why do I got to hold up the 2 biggest guys on YouTube? We're freaking kidding me right
Hey, you built
Good for you.
now.
Dude, you got to use something other than that Firefox.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to look into it because I didn't have enough time. I'll have enough time this week, though, I got to do something with it, but I might use Edge. I'll try Edge next Wednesday.
Yeah, try Edge next time, At least let's do a private and test it and see if it works,
All right.
For what?
For
when I go to share the screen, you see the chat and everything in it.
Yeah, when he pulls his chat over to read it on top of there, it shows his chat over what he's trying to show.
And
yeah, and he refuses to use Google.
Won't touch a Chrome. Mm-mm. It's good. It's good for shotgun shells. Shoot that.
I've nothing else. Just use it for the sale.
Yeah, StreamYards prefers Chrome.
Yeah. Either that or you'll have to follow the chat that's comes with StreamYards and not overlap your other one. Because that's the only way you're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll try Edge. If that doesn't work, then I'll just go with the other route.
Yeah. Because, when you're sitting there and you're trying to show it and then you sit there and you can see the chat up there.
Yep, 710. We did have a $500 bill on our flea market. And you know how hard it was for me not to pull the trigger on that? $600. I don't care if it was
It's just like I haven't, I put that key date seated Liberty dime up the other night. I have, I got an offer on it, but it wasn't an offer high enough for me to say, yeah, I'll sell it.
That is one that I would have. Well, you'll love this one, 710. I just got one of the banknotes back from PCGS. I'm not opening it yet. I don't know the grade. I'm waiting for the other slabs to come in. This just showed up early. So
Yeah.
got there. Well,
Hey, Alexander.
I got the currency and didn't get the silver yet. That's all right. It's being encapsulated right now. It's been being encapsulated for the last 4 days. So hopefully by tomorrow.
Yeah.
So get it, and then hopefully Monday they'll get it.
I gotta find my capsule for dimes. I'm gonna put that seated dime over in a capsule instead of having it in that other one. I'm gonna put it over into a regular capsule. Because that capsule protects it more than that flip will.
Unless you send it off to get graded, then they want you to send it in a flip. Actually, they want you to send it in a Mylar flip.
On a plastic flip.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a pretty dime, though. Yeah, it's got a little dirt and all like that on there, but it's still a pretty dime.
Yeah, if I were you, I wouldn't even hesitate. I would have already been sending. That thing would have came into my grasp. It would have went out the next day. I'd have been done.
Yeah.
It would have been printed out there. I went over, printed out one of these forms and smelled it. I'd have smelled it.
Usually, what do you mean, Alexander? Usually when I do have a sale, most people pay that night. There's some people pay the next day, and then, and then I buy again on Wednesday nights once I get all the money in, and then do it that way.
Yeah,
and then I get more stuff in. I'll have the stuff for next week probably this Saturday, and have it bagged up ready to go Saturday evening for Monday.
Some people pay as they go. They'll buy some as soon as it says sold. They're already on PayPal. They do it.
Yeah, exactly. I got some people that do it right away. I got some people that use Cash App, and as they go along, they pay Cash App the whole way along. Yeah, it just depends,
Now I've got Cash App now, Google Pay, Venmo, PayPal. I got the only four. Oh, and then
I have Google Pay now too, but I haven't used it. I haven't understood it that much yet. I haven't really played with it or anything. But I have PayPal.
I got a bunch of different ones. Just that way, there's a lot of options. Yeah, that's what I've got.
Yeah, I've got 2 PayPals. I've got Venmo. I got Cash App. I've got Google Pay now, and I've also got Zelle.
That's the one I couldn't think of. Zelle.
I haven't messed with Zelle yet.
Let me.
I don't even know if I've got the Google Pay app on here. Yeah, I do have Google Pay.
Zelle. There we go. Download Zelle.
And I got the Zelle on here also. I don't even know if I haven't even messed with Zelle.
I'm downloading Zelle right now. Just to have it, I'll work on it. I'll deal with it tomorrow. I'll download it tonight and deal with it tomorrow.
I have no activity on Zelle.
I don't have any activity on my Google Pay because no one's used it yet.
Only activity I have on my Google Pay is I've got $10 in there where I had to add 10 in there for something. Where I enrolled off of somebody else's and said I had to put $10 in there. I've got to send them $5 so they can get their $10 for me signing up. Alexander, I send everybody's off at the same time.
And he packages them all up together and
Yep.
sends them out at the same time. Postman gets them all at the same time.
Yep.
Hey,
Hey,
Big
what's
T,
up,
or-
Majestic?
Majestic there.
Yeah, everybody, I send everything priority. You know, it's anywhere from $3 to $4 a ship up to $8 most of the time. Unless I have to go to a medium flat rate. Then it goes up to 13 and some change. $13.50 or $13.75, $13.95, somewhere around there. Under $14.
Well, we're doing good, Majestic. How are you? I'm over here. I got a watery eye and freaking allergic to cats like crazy.
Well, why is it
My
watering?
grandbaby came over. My grandbaby came over today, and he lives with cats, and oh boy,
What, you allergic to cats?
yes sir, very badly.
Well, then you would not like. Well, I got 3 of them laying right there. Hey, I got 3 of them laying right there.
No.
But Jessica, I wish I would have known what part of South Florida you was in when we were down there last year. You could have came by and visited. We were in Stewart for about a half a month last year. But it was under, I mean, we did have, let's see, Lee County came and visited us when we were down there. But money, sorry, we won't be able to meet y'all up there next weekend.
Actually, our it's perfectly fine. Our trip got derailed to a different direction anyway. So,
Oh, really? Where y'all going instead?
that is a hush hush until we get down there, and then everybody will know very quickly.
Where you going, Texas?
Ish. We're going south. We got to go through Texas, and then we got to go through Tennessee or Arkansas.
Yeah.
Oh, that
So
was
you gonna
good.
come? You gonna shoot back up this way?
Unfortunately, no. I'm going to get a rental car, and I'm renting it for a week, and I'm not going to have time. I've even had Armando ask me if I can make a detour up to where he's out, just above Oklahoma, to stop by and have lunch or something with him. And
Yeah.
so, first, seriously?
710 said, "Are you coming through Arkansas?"
Yes, I will be coming through Arkansas. Or excuse me, us Oklahomans.
Arkansas.
Arkansas, yes, Arkansas.
I call it Arkansas. Because that's not Arkansas. That's Arkansas. There's no W at the end of that. There's an S at the end of it.
Are you serious right now? Come on.
Boy, just wait till y'all see what's coming in for Monday. Ooh.
Well, if it's anything better than the damn dime, I mean, shit.
Well, no, it's not. They're not going to be anything as good as a dime. Oh, we do have. You know that. You know that right there.
Oh.
You know that right there. We got one similar to this coming in for Monday.
Of course, everybody did this to me on the flea market. Now you're doing it to me on Monday. On the week and a half, I'm not supposed to spend money. You know, it took me 4 hours and 47 minutes on my clock. I finally broke down and bought a 22.5-ounce copper bear. Oh my God. Between the Star Wars stuff and let's see, I live in Arizona. That's where I'm at. So I'm traveling out. I literally look out my window and see Laughlin, Nevada. Right up there. So that's where I'm at. So top of Arizona, bottom tip of Nevada. That's me. I'm in a little spot. That's me. You know, to get on the 40, I got to get to Kingman. That's 35 miles east of me. Northeast.
I want to go to Reno and ride with the Reno 911 cops.
So that's where I'm at. So yeah, I've got Armando wanting me to go to where he's at in Poplar Bluff. I've
Missouri.
already had a bunch of people got, man, you're gonna be attacked and stop on that. I'm like, oh my God.
That's why you don't want to tell everybody where you're going, is because you're going across all these different states, right?
I'm not telling where my destination is going. I'm just telling it's heading that direction. I'm not telling you where I'm going to end up at. It's just heading in that direction. It's going to keep going for a while.
Like, Pennsylvania, straight across.
Right. Actually, that's another thing that we're looking at. That's my rough draft. Storage space, employee, the counter. Anyway, I draw worth of shit. But we're looking at, we finally figured out where we're going to set up in Pennsylvania.
Where's that?
Nowhere near you. We're going to be in Carnage.
Carnage?
Yeah, it's just about 25, 30 miles southwest of Pittsburgh. We already found the place, and for me to get it up and going, and we're going to live on property because it's a 3-story. We're going to have the first, it's already got parking lot, it's already offices ready to go. All I got to do is break out a bunch of walls, put in cabinets.
It's Carnegie.
Cases. Carnegie, I'm sorry. Big
132 miles.
How much? How far?
132 miles.
Yeah, that's like me going from here to Vegas, so not too far from you. Should we pass a hat for Bell an hour later? And probably both. Bigfoot, probably both.
3 hours and 7 minutes.
But yeah. Anyway, the building would cost us $800,000, and by the time we got done renovating it and everything, we're looking at about 1.3 to get it up and going. And we need about 25% of that So we're thinking within a year and a half, 2 years, we're going to have a big old series on the Money Maniacs channel.
Because they want to be close to somebody cool, 710.
Because I'm from Oklahoma. I've lived in Utah. I've lived in Kansas. I've lived in Missouri. I've lived in Texas. I've lived
Hey,
in New Mexico.
Bigfoot.
I've lived in Arizona. I've lived in California. So we're going to the East Coast. That's something that Miss Money wants to do. She found a nice, Carnegie. It's a nice little town. She likes the historic about it and everything. The building that we found, our store is going to look like a Victorian style home. It's already got a parking lot set up for 13 cars all the way around it. It's in like an old town area.
It's probably an old funeral home.
Actually, it's an old lawyer's office building.
Because we got a funeral home here in town that looks like an old Victorian house.
Yeah, it's an old. There's a few different law offices in there, and so even the second floor and the third floor are offices. There's even a full third floor. So my house is going to be 2 stories on top of the store. So, we're going to have full open store on the bottom with supplies and, obviously the coins and silver and gold and platinum and stuff like that. Privacy booths. We're going to have a closed in or half walls, windows all around, where if you come in to sell your stuff and you got say you bring in about like that dime and a few other stuff that's really high-end stuff, you're not standing out there on the glass case dealing with your in there. And we got a desk and we're doing it and set up that way. Set up shopping day there, money. Well, nice. But yeah, so, and then the second floor we're going to have, we're going to break out all the walls, and then she's going to make them rebuild walls. It's going to be a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, kitchen, living room on that one.
Welcome back, Whitney.
Then on the third floor, it's going to be the master bedroom, master bath, and then both of our offices. So,
hey, look at this. Oh, look at this, money. This is a funeral home.
I can't see this. Yeah, that's
old
colonial.
House.
Yeah, that's a colonial. That's colonial.
Well, old colonial, Victorian, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that's colonial. That I like the colonials too. She does too, but I couldn't find one.
I want colonial.
Oh, he was showing a colonial house. Oh, and if we
No,
got a
it's a funeral home.
That's a funeral home.
Ooh. Let me buy it.
No, we're not buying a funeral home.
Why?
Don't go away, man. Just go away.
Please.
Maybe.
You got the history and I could be haunted.
Yeah. Yeah, 710. This is only going to be a coin shop. What do you find now for me to buy? You just find everything for me to buy. Of course, it's on Amazon.
Yeah, that's
Well, I
that's
need a new one.
not far from us. That's here in town.
Once we get back from work trip. There's Miss Money.
Hey, Mama Money.
She says, "Hey, Mama Money."
I just want to show you that I was able to find one.
Everybody's like, you can start your own paranormal theories.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll let you and Keith
Hey,
go
Whitney,
there.
how you
She
doing?
likes to watch all that. She likes to watch all that Ghost Whispers and Ghost Hunters and all that crap.
Yeah,
You and,
we met the guys from Ghost Hunters.
you and Kiki can do that ghost hunting. Ooh, I think we heard this.
Yeah, we met the guys
I like
from
the other
Ghost
one
Hunters
better.
one time.
Because all the photographs.
In fact, we got pictures with the guys from Ghost Hunters.
Oh.
But
What the? Jesus. That's what Kiki sounds like in the morning when she's yawning.
Huh?
That's what Kiki sounds like in the morning when she stretches and yawns. Yeah, I still like the other one better.
No, this is just for more games.
Oh.
This is not to hold my console. They come from black too.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the ultimate goal plan. This is her design. You know, of course, I draw like crap. Where in the middle we're going to have the privacy area, and then display cases going that way. Then out here will be the where all the coin supplies and stuff are. But,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what Jake needs.
Whitney, I don't know if you heard, but we think he had a small stroke. He's got a blood clot at the base of his tail that's causing him not to be able to walk straight. And he's got a small, irregular heartbeat now. But other than that, he's doing better now. He's on medicines for it, and he's doing better. Which,
How is everyone?
They're good. I gotta give you a kiss too. Jesus, yeah, I got married.
I mean,
I know, yeah.
imagine.
right here, I'll tell you, Whitney.
Okay.
There they are, Whitney. That's all three of them sleeping side by side. There's Smokey, Bo, and Buffy. All three side by side. Sleeping up here on my damn desk.
All right, now you can.
Here's the Bobo. Here's the Bobo.
Stay up too late.
There's the Bobo right there, sleeping in the middle. And here's the Momo.
If I say yes, do I have to?
Smokey, and there's the
I have a little bit
Buffy.
today, not much.
Here's the Bobo. You got stuck as a kitty in the middle, didn't you?
Use the middle child. Run. But yeah. Anyway, we're like I said, we're looking at 2 years, get that going, and then
Yeah.
get that under. And then I had Matt Stecker up on panel yesterday while he was selling, and he asked me, he's like, "Wouldn't inventory be the hardest part about that?" I said, "You think it would be, but as much as I can get my hands on YouTube, LCSs, inventory is not a problem. I could put
Yeah.
out a video going, hey, look, guys, I need 300 ounces of silver and 20 ounces of gold. You know how many emails I'm going to have in the first hour? What's kind? What are you looking for? What are you Okay.
Well, if it wasn't for having to give up who we get from, I'd tell you who we get from to get some good deals, but I can't do that, so.
I already know who you get it from. I just don't go over there
Yeah.
out of respect for you guys.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So I already know where you go. Everybody's got their own little honey holes, and
Yeah.
it's just kind of rude that you don't dip in someone else's honey hole unless you stumble upon it by accident. Like if you're there and they're there, they're like, oops, sorry.
Yeah. Well, we do have some people that do go in our honey hole and that do bid against Mama T. And Mama T gives them the eye when they do that, too.
You need more Harry Potter stuff. I'll tell Big T and Mom T to keep looking out for Harry Potter stuff. You don't need no more Harry Potter stuff. Woman, we have a closet. We're not even talking about all the ounces of silver of Harry Potter.
Too bad she's not into Lord of the Rings.
You don't need no more silver and gold.
Oh, well, show her this then, money. I ain't going to sell it to her. Let me tease her.
He ain't gonna sell it to you, but he's gonna show you. Since you like this stuff.
Okay. Just a minute, baby.
And that's why I hope when we get to Carnegie, you know.
Okay, I'll make myself big. Is she watching?
Yeah, she's right. Show your hand. You can see it. No drooling on my desk.
That's fine.
No drooling. Wipe your chin. Wipe your chin.
Now, wait till I turn it around.
Better.
It's also 35 grams of silver.
It's 35 grams of silver.
Why can't they do something like that for a bar?
Oh, I'm sure they do. I know you don't get to buy it, so just go away now.
But it's silver.
But it's silver. Go away. Bye. Love you. Bye.
You said you always want more silver in the house.
I want more silver in the house that I can sell, not that you can put up and go look pretty.
No, you said you want to get more silver in the house for our collections too.
Well, that too, but right now we got to do an inventory.
So
Don't you?
don't even.
But
Oh, they saw you!
honey,
They saw you!
hey,
Now she's running
be
away.
sure to tell her. Hey, Money, be sure to tell her I'm gonna have one of these similar to this Monday
Honey.
night.
Honey. Hang on, she's in the kitchen.
Tell her to get her butt in there.
Oh, she got all mad. She went to the room.
Well,
I'll let her know.
Alexander, you don't need to know Mama T's honey hole. There's a couple people in the community that do know Mama T's honey hole.
Yeah.
But and a couple of actually do go in there and play and buy stuff. Try to bid against Mama T. Don't bid against Mama T. Because you get the dirty eye. Alrighty, you can keep them attracted for just a minute. Money, I gotta go get something from Mama T.
Fine. Like I've got the gift for gab. No way to do it. All right. Well, anywho. Yeah, so that's the plan, guys. Money Maniacs will be an official LCS within I'm going to give myself 2.5 years. I have a full LCS shop open. It'll probably just be me and Miss Money running it at first for a while till we get it up and going for about a year. Then I'll probably get an employee or two in there. Other than my daughter, she wants to help run it. She wants to learn the business. I told her, all right. Careful what you wish for. But no, we're leaving on the 3rd, the morning of the 3rd, and we're heading out. So I think it's a Tuesday. Oh no, PCGS needs to hurry up and send me my damn silver back. Jesus.
Sweetie pie.
19.5 ounces of silver. I'm just sitting there. I don't even know how much all this is going to cost me. 143, 106. No, a little over 300. Not too bad. I'm going to get it all graded.
Driving that train high on butane. Yeah, don't bid against Mama T because then y'all won't get good deals. You bid against Mama T, means you got to pay more. And that means y'all got to pay more. And we all know that y'all don't like to pay more.
Right.
Did you see all three of the dimes I had the other night, Money? Or
I saw all of them, yeah.
Purdy dimes, weren't they?
Mm-hmm. I would have gave Bubs a run for her money if I didn't have to sit here and save money.
Yeah, well, them other two went for $150 apiece.
Oh, I know. I'm watching.
$150
I'm
for
over
one
here,
and $151 for the other one.
over here just a grinning and a arguing and a carrying on. I'm going,
Yeah, that one, all I got was an offer of, well, I got an offer of 500, an offer for 50 carrot cakes, and an offer for 100 Popeyes chicken sandwiches.
They do know in G4 it starts at 21.50, right?
Red Book says 25.
Oh, I'm going with gray sheet. So I would have to do gray sheet prices. If we called it a G4, which it's not, if it was me, I'd probably would have offered you about 23 to 2,500, and I'd have told you, I'd have turned around and had a price tag on it I'd have sent it off graded, and I probably would have had a price tag on it for about 3 to 3,200.
If you had the money for it.
Got the cash. I just got it going in other places right now.
Yeah, I know what you mean. D-Reese, I showed you the one dime a while ago. The other one was a 61. And the other one was what, 69? Yes?
Yeah, 61, 69, and then that Carson City one. And that Carson City's the one we're talking about.
61, 69, and 71.
Yeah, because in the gray sheet, pull it out here. Where'd that come from?
The 71cc is, like I said.
And it knew what I wanted. It went straight to the seated dimes. 71 seated, not half dime, dime.
Yeah.
71cc. Yeah, G4 is 2150. VG8, this is gray sheet now. 3,500. If you get up to an F, you're at 4,750, which they're going to sell it for $6,000.
Yeah.
You know, and then if you even get close to an XF, you're in the middle of 5 digits already. You know, that dime, that is one of those coins that you want to send off, and if you don't get the grade that you think it is, and that other people
the 61 was 61S.
That's the one you crack out and re-slab it, get it re-graded, something. Get a second and third opinion on it, because that's.
And the 69 was a 69 Philly, I believe. Yeah, 69 Philly. And then we had, 71cc and a VF20 says 7,000 in the red book. They were dimes, D-Reese. There was a 61S, a 69 Philly, The 69 Philly was AU. First thing I did with everything when I seen them, weight test. I now have a magnet, everything. Everything got tested. Weight, everything. So make sure, yeah, because something like that, when you see it, it's like, eh. That's I bought a magnet now so I can check everything. Even though I've never had a problem with anything, it's still good to have one. I haven't had one. So now I can test everything. And if I don't want to touch it too much, I
All right, Bubba, I'm gonna get off of here. Go deal with this
yeah, I think I'm
eyeball.
gonna get out of here too. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. And I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I gotta look up and see what time the doctor's appointment is.
All right, everybody, have a good night. I'll talk to you later.
Yep. Thanks for coming by.
You're welcome. Bye.
All righty, since DB doesn't think he has to be up here and talk anymore. I am going. Well, bye to you too. Night, D. Thank you for stopping by. Thanks for being up here. I do appreciate all y'all that stayed up here and chatted with us tonight. I'm going to get out of here. I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow anyway. I want to get some sleep. But hope y'all had a good night. Appreciate it. We will see y'all Sunday afternoon for the flea market on Mama T's channel at 12 Eastern. And then back here Monday night, 7 p.m. Eastern for the auction. So until then, y'all have a great weekend. And we shall catch y'all later. Bye, everybody. Woo, 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 woo.